Testing 1 2 1 2. This is a test. Okay. Just getting some last minute details sorted here. Thanks everybody for hanging in. Have an exciting stream planned. Just have to set up some final details here. Okay, great. So I think I'm just about ready to start in on the stream here. Thank you to all that are attending. Again, sorry I'm a bit late here, but yeah, let's get this show on the road, I guess. Let's see. Okay. Alright, I think we're all tuned up. Sounds correct. Okay. Okay, great. Okay. So, let's go ahead and get started here. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have everybody here. Very excited for my second presentation. It's been a while since my first presentation, but should be great. So without any further ado, let's kind of dive right in here. Maybe have a closer look here. And as is traditional, it's always darkest just before the first slide. So next slide, please. Okay, great. So, welcome everybody to my second stream on this channel. I'm gmat440, Microsoft PowerPoint streamer. My goal is to become the #1 Microsoft PowerPoint streamer on Twitch.tv platform. And as part of that, I'm going to be presenting to you about scripts, the topic of scripts. Specifically, writing for stage and screen. And so I'm going to describe to you my journey into the world of scripts. And before we get too deep in here, I just want to remind everybody that it is possible to type in a couple commands into the chat. I'm going to demonstrate here first off, just to lay the ground rules. So if anybody's missed seeing Kind Liam, go ahead and summon Kind Liam. Let's see. I don't see Kind Liam here. Here he is. Hi, Kind Liam. Great. And then, similarly, if anybody would love to summon our enemy Fabian, the command is as follows: Unpleasant Fabian has been summoned. Great. Okay. So that out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. Scripts, writing for stage and screen, my journey into the world of scripts. Next slide, please. But first, before we get started, let's watch some previews. Let me kind of drill into this. So, when I'm thinking about the role of previews in this presentation, oh, we got a Fabian. Great. Hi, Fabian. Hello, Fabian. Yeah, so in this presentation, I will is sort of a discussion point, or a jumping off point, a topic that I want to kind of use here to lead our line of questioning. I want to do 4 things in this presentation, and here are the things that I will do. I will set my objective, I will explore why, I will explore what, and I will explore how. The goal here is to kind of level set, so everybody's coming to the presentation with the same set of levels. Everybody's nice and leveled off, even at the top. I'd like to compare it to going to the theater for movies and watching a movie theater movie. When you watch the previews, it can quote unquote spoil some of the most important moments in the final presentation or movie. And part of the function here is that it can help those important moments to become all that much more memorable. Those little details that you might miss the first time around. So actually, spoilers, I think it has a negative connotation a lot of times, but I think they can be very positive, right? They can help to reinforce important story beats that you might experience later on in the film or the presentation. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and dive in here to our first setting the objective. So again, in this construction, I will set my objective. And before we get too deep in here, let me actually put on some music here. Let me Alt-Tab out of Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay, great. A little soundtrack, and feel free to leave a comment in chat if you find that the levels aren't working out for you. But yeah, so objectives. So what am I doing here? I will share an objective statement. And that is I'm spoiling the slide here. And don't worry if you don't know what an objective statement is yet. Definitely going to cover that. So, the second I will is that I will explore why. I will explain why scripts. Why scripts at all, right? Like, why scripts, not anything left in the sentence, just a 2-word sentence there. You're going to understand why I'm doing all of this. And so here's the spoiler there. That's what that section is going to look like. So, keep an eye out. Keep your eyes peeled for when that slide shows up. And you're going to want to pay attention to the topic of why when you see this. Okay, so moving on. Next exploration is going to be that I will explore what. I'm going to explain to you, and in a way to myself, what is scripts. And the outcome of this is that you will understand what all of this is that I'm doing. And again, keep an eye out for keep an eye out for a slide that looks like this. What is a script? This is going to indicate to you that you need to sit up, pay attention. You're going to learn what is scripts. Okay, let's continue. So finally, the last topic, I will explore how. I will explain how will I use scripts to attain my objective. And there's several component pieces to this. So I will set forth an action plan for using scripts at the end of how. And the objective here is that you will understand how my objective statement will be fulfilled by my use of scripts. Now I'm spoiling the ideological content here, but I didn't want to spoil the slide because I have some special things in store for you during this section. So keep your eyes peeled. No spoilers. Next slide then. Get back into the blue territory. So part 1, I wanted to kind of discuss a detail about this presentation that I hope doesn't go unnoticed, which is that this is only part 1. I'm excited to announce at this time, exclusive first time announcement, that pre-production on part 2 of this presentation has been confirmed. I have already started pre-production, and there are potentially, further parts down the road, pending popularity. Hard to see behind this building, but that does say popularity up there. Actually, I can fix this here. There you go. So I will discuss this again. I'll sort of expand on what's to come later in the slide, maybe, or later in the presentation. Maybe keep an eye out for later on. But I don't know. Maybe I can kind of give a little context here first. So if you remember, like in Star Wars 1, when we kind of learn early on in the film, each part is kind of a subset of the next, right? Like each part in Star Wars 1 got eaten by a bigger fish and a bigger fish and a bigger fish, right? Like it's like you start here, part 1, next part 2, next part 3. Like each subsequent item is like a larger fish. It's like a subset, or a superset, I guess. It sort of proves out that each previous part was a subset of the next part. So you can kind of use that as a guideline if you're concerned about what comes next. Next slide, please. Oh, I love this. Popularity. I hope that I have popularity. Next slide. So, digression. So to wrap up my previews, objective statement. But first, let's watch some previews. We sort of set out our goals. We covered why and what, and finally we covered how. And by covered, of course, I mean that we will be covering this. So don't worry if you feel like you haven't learned anything yet. It is coming. Cover up a little here, maybe. Maybe a little. Oh, it kind of looks like the Joker. Oh, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Okay, so next slide, I guess. Oh, this. Oh, it kind of looks like a mustache, maybe. A little beret. Okay. So let's get started. Next slide, please. Objective statement. Okay, so like we spoiled earlier, let's kind of dig into what is my objective? What is the objective here? But first off, let's kind of drive in to the outhouse of why an objective statement. Why are we talking about objective in the first place? Don't rush to a cure. When you go to the doctor, they don't start by saying, I don't know, like listen to Take 5 by Dave Brubaker and call me by my name or whatever. They're not gonna rush to a cure before the diagnosis has even been completed. Right. They're going to make a prescription, but in order to get there, there's several steps. They're going to, recite the Hippocratic Oath first. They're going to tell you to pop your kit right off. Sit up on the table. It's a series of several steps. And what it starts with is the first step of that doctor saying, here is my objective statement, right? Syphilis wasn't cured in a day. Okay, next slide, please. So, here are some things that we're not asking ourselves. Who am I to write a script? What will my script be about? Where will I find the time to work on a script? When I write a script, what will the subject be? Why don't I write a script? How about I write a script? So who, what, when, where, why? Kind of went through a litany of questions here. Again, we're not asking any of these because why? We need to get to our objective statement first. So the only question that is important to us right now is, what is my objective? Right? So like, if we kind of take a look here, I think I can zoom in maybe? Zoom in. Yeah, here we go. So if you kind of look at here, right, we have values over time represented on the bottom axis of the chart, and we have objective key results here represented on the east edge of the chart. Let me exit out of zoomed in mode and sort of annotate our way through here, right? Like, you can't get to time unless you start with values, you traverse through over, and you get to time, right? Like, you don't just get to this point in the chart. You have to start all the way at this corner, closest to you, front and back ways, furthest west to you, side to sideways. And in order to generate your objective, in order to generate your keys, and in order just your key, there's only one key, and then in order to generate your results, you really need to churn through this process, right? Again, it's like the same doctor's orders theory that we just discussed. Okay, next slide. So, with that preamble set into place, I like to share my objective statement. And that objective statement is that I want to write a script for stage and screen. If you attended my last presentation, you might recognize some familiar terms here. We have an I statement wrapped in our objective statement. Right, it's within the context of I. What do I want to do? I want to write a script for stage and screen. So next slide, please. And sort of expanding on that and deepening that a little bit, across 2 dimensions here. So I want to transfer, again, take a look at the I here. I want to transfer skills garnered from my 15 plus years of professional experience in Microsoft PowerPoint into writing a script for stage and screen. Okay. Next slide. And so let's dive in to that I statement and kind of take out that I that we found buried in the objective statements and put it at the very front and see what happens. So I will write a script for stage and screen. I will share this process with you via a series of Microsoft PowerPoint presentations streamed live on Twitch TV. That's what we're doing right now. In order to align with my goal of becoming the #1 Microsoft PowerPoint streamer on Twitch TV. And again, viewers of the last stream, if you didn't view it, by the way, check out, there's a link to my YouTube channel in my About section. And I have posted the entire stream there. But for viewers of our last stream, we'll recognize some of this language. Becoming the #1 Microsoft PowerPoint streamer on Twitch TV. Okay, next slide, please. So, that's my objective sorted. So let's go ahead and maybe move on to my first, what I like to call W. This isn't W in terms of like win in that parlance, but this is who, what, when, where, why. I kind of like to think of those as my first W. Okay, next slide, please. Sorry, getting distracted. Please rein me in if I get too distracted. Okay, so why create content for stage and screen? What is my whole deal with all of this? This you'll recall, we kind of spoiled already this section, but pay attention. We're going to be covering why now. So I have several reasons for you here. The first reason is something I like to call creative juices. I'm always looking for new outlets for creative juices. Don't worry if you have never heard of this phrase before, creative juices. If you don't know, we will dive into this. But for now, this is just an introduction of this phrase, creative juices. Got another reason. And this one I like to call rite of passage. Many famous content creators have written for stage and screen, and rite of passage is all something that those content creators have experienced, and so I'm interested in that as well. It's sort of like a Bildungsströmmic phase of my content creator journey. Next slide, please. So several reasons, part 3. The third and final reason is gateway to content, I like to call it. The phrase gateway to content. Gateway to content. Vital link in the content pipeline chain. Writing scripts for stage and screen is a gateway to content. Writing scripts for stage and screen is a vital link in the content pipeline chain. Next slide, please. So let's go ahead and explore these reasons one at a time. And let's start with, of course, our creative juices. Let's shake this up. It's a fiasco. When in Rome, let it flow. So you might wonder, what do I mean by creative juices? Well, we're not talking literal juices here. Right? We're not talking like actual juice. Actually, we are literally talking about literal juices. So let's dive into the juice and start to understand what I'm really talking about. Aha, brain fluids. So most people talk of brains as blocks of solid matter. But in actuality, brains are as much about fluids as they are about solids. Hopefully they're not too much about gas. And reason for that being that actually gas in the brain can result from bacterial fermentation, which is a big no-no in the brain. But, there are plenty of positive examples of fermented products, I guess. Like wine, fermentation, beer. Is milk fermented? I've heard like lactic fermentation, I know, is a thing. So I think, right, because like milk is from lactose. So I think milk is actually a fermented product. I think this is the case. So, compared to milk, like we all know it's healthy and it has like vitamin C or whatever. It's, compared to the bad fermentation in the brain, you might have heard of like the phrase brain rot. Anyway, I think this is what they're talking about when they say brain rot. You die very quickly if you have gas in the brain. So that's a big yellow flag. So we'll move on though. So brain fluid 1. Let's start to catalog and identify these brain fluids. Brain fluid 1 is a little something I like to call CSF. Or you may know it as cerebrospinal fluids. In CSF, cerebrospinal fluids is a low-level protein liquid that fulfills several important functions for the brain. So first off, it's going to let the brain float in comfort. If you've ever done pool exercise, or if you've ever seen, like when a horse does rehabilitation exercises and they do like the horse treadmill in the pool, you'll already be familiar with this concept, which is that as buoyancy increases, the impact of weight on the body decreases, and it's as if you're in weightlessness, like the astronauts training in the pool to go up into space. I'm kind of curious about when horses will be allowed in space. But anyway, it's like the same thing. Lets the brain float in comfort. If you have like sharp movements of your head, like a bird's movements, for example, your brain isn't gonna like ram up against the side of your skull, which is very firm and can be a very sharp object as well. The fluid is really gonna provide that cushion, again, like lower the mass of the brain and become the barrier that lets it, sit on a luxurious cushion up in your head there. Another function, it's going to keep everything moist and healthy. Sort of like the equivalent of a spray bottle. Just like constantly spraying your brain with CSF, cerebral spinal fluids. Just like, the brain doesn't like to be dry. It's very wrinkled because it's, got a lot of liquid in there, but it likes that. It's supposed to be like that. And then finally, the third function is to flush away impurities. There's a surprising amount of trash that gets thought up by any one given brain at any point in time. That's a lot of stuff that we need to flush away. you know, every single day, and it builds up, you know, every minute, every second. It doesn't wait till the end of the day. You may be surprised to hear that actually, when we're talking about how much CSF is produced and circulated through the brain, that's going to be 16 fluid ounces of CSF a day. So, you know, imagine like a 16 ounce, or imagine like a 32 ouncer of like a Diet Coke or cherry Coke, cherry cola. And not sponsored by Coke, you know, cherry cola of your favorite brand. You know, half of that 32 ouncer is what we're talking about here. Okay, next slide, please. So brain fluid 1, we kind of understand what it is, but I want to cover what it's not, because we want to be pointed in our investigation here. So unfortunately, CSF, it's a red herring. We reach a dead end. CSF is not what we're talking about when we talk about creative juices. Not all juices in the brain are creative juices. Even though CSF is not relegated to the left side of the brain, which is where the logic happens, it does perform an exclusively logical function rather than a creative one. Meaning it itself does not contain thoughts, ideas, or emotions. And a little other fact about what CSF doesn't have is too much salt. CSF is a little salty, but it's not too much salt. Low protein, low salt, pretty decent. You know, glad that it's CSF that we have floating around up there. Okay. Oh, let me let's see, peppers and onions, I think. Okay, next slide, please. So if CSF isn't that creative juice that we're on the lookout for, then what is? Let's take a look at a little fluid I like to call brain fluid 2. So the creative juice isn't brain fluid 2 either. Unfortunately, sorry for spoiling. But let's kind of dig in a little bit anyway, since we're doing the catalog. Since we're here already, we made a slide. So brain fluid 2, if you might have guessed, but it is blood, which I think is pretty well known to be a pretty uncreative liquid, you know, in the best of times. So let's talk a little bit about blood. So blood supplies the brain with valuable oxygen. Now, you know, we do need the brain for creativity. And no blood, no brain. It's as simple as that. And so, in a way, blood is very important for the creative process and for the ecosystem in which creative juices exist. However, it itself is not, you know, the creative juice we're looking at. Yeah, and by the way, feel free to lob any questions in the chat. I'm attending to the chat. I will answer your questions as they pop up. Okay, next slide, please. Great. So let's go ahead and dive into our first example of what I like to call a content sidebar. It's a little injection of truth and fact into the normal order of things of this presentation. And this content sidebar is about what I like to call piquant offering. So, you know, we kind of talked about the two creative juices so far, but there's these other like secondary juices, I would maybe say, or I'm sorry, not creative juices, but brain juices. But I would say these are secondary juices, what maybe are so-called the four globins. So you've got myoglobin. You might be familiar with this actually already. You might see it on the plate. It's called meat juice. You know, even with Impossible Burger products, we can see a myoglobin on the plate now. So you don't have to participate in meat murder to understand myoglobin anymore, which is great. Great for science. Number 2, we've got hemoglobin. This one is big red. This is kind of what gives blood its distinctive flavor. Next slide. We've also got neuroglobin. This is the ancient one. And we've got cytoglobin, known as the heavy breather. So technically all 4 of these are not actually blood, technically. But for all our purposes, we'll file them all as sort of secondary juices under the broader topic of brain fluid 2, aka blood. Each of these secondary juices, each of these 4 globins does have a distinctive piquant flavor. Next slide, please. So, in search of the elusive creative juice, if it's not CSF, if it's not blood, then tell me, what else could it be? Not CSF, not blood, trying to find that creative juice. What else is there rattling up in there? Brain fluid 3. Are we feeling lucky? So, I think we might have found it, because brain fluid 3 is the flow of thoughts themselves through the brain. You might be scratching your head a little bit about this, but I ask you to hang on there as I take you through this slide, one bullet point at a time. So, a thought is really the effect of electricity traveling through the networks of neurons in the brain's flesh. And in doing this, it follows basic principles of fluid dynamics. Is creative juice crystal light related? It's complicated. We'll kind of get there. Technically, no. So, brain fluid 3 occupies this space that I think of as being maybe like it's a real fluid, but it's like a virtual fluid as well. I think crystal light isn't really a virtual fluid. It has become like a virtual topic, like for an aerobics invitational, but I don't think that's I think that's really like a metaphor versus simile situation. In this case, we're really talking about a metaphor. In the case of crystal light, it's really a simile. So no, like not. And the other thing is that I think if you injected crystal light into your brain cavity, your cranial cavity, I'm not a doctor, so don't quote me on this. I don't think that would be a great idea. Really would discourage anybody from doing that. If your doctor explicitly instructs you to do that, maybe find an additional doctor to ask for an additional opinion. But let me know what you hear, and let me know what the results are. But I'm not going to be trying that until I hear from my doctor that I should be doing that. And what % of creativity does a liquid need to have to meet the standard for creative juice? So again, it's a creative juice. In fact, the creative juice is it's a little different from some of the other liquids that we think about. And so I'll ask you to maybe hang on with that. We'll maybe swing back to this one. But let me actually make my way through maybe this slide and maybe the next slide, and I'll read the question again, and we can come back to it. So just to review here, brain fluid 3, the flow of thoughts themselves through the brain, and so the thing that I'm describing as a fluid here is really it's sort of electricity traveling through the networks of neurons in the brain's flesh, embedded deeply in the brain's flesh. And what we find when we apply science to this is that it actually follows some basic principles of fluid dynamics. And you may have heard of something called flow state. You may have heard of something called thought showers. And you may have heard of something called dams bursting with creativity, right? And this is kind of the simile versus metaphor thing they were talking about earlier. So actually inherently, you know, a thousand thoughts can't be wrong, right? Like inherently within thoughts themselves, there is a fluidity here that we've identified, and I think it stands to reason that we can call this, you know, thoughts themselves flowing through the brain an actual fluid. And so next slide here. So the creative juice of thought itself. And this is kind of what I wanted to wait to get into with your question, Crap Hound. So what percentage of creativity does a liquid need to have to meet the standard for creative juice? Is not really necessarily about percentage creativity. I think in the strictly physical world, like things that you can make in a factory versus things that you can make in the factory of the mind, you know, we're talking about like, you know, Red Bull or Red Bull Plus with creatine. It's not creativity per se, but like, you know, creatine, taurine, all the additional cat supplements, you know, those are all approximating or trying to tap into the biological self-fulfilling prophecies of creative juice production. But they're not, I wouldn't call them, even though like they're creative as in like, you know, adjective creative, they are not themselves creative juices. The only creative juice is really thought itself here. And it's a theoretical juice, again, because it's sort of, you know, electricity flowing through a brain. But one of the upsides of that is that they're not going to be bound by the same physical laws of the other two brain fluids. And actually, let's go ahead for some extra context in case anybody is watching this on the replay on YouTube. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I don't see the chat here. I'm not sure. I'll try and fix this later. I'll try and fix that chat later. Okay. Anyway, so continuing. So one of the results is that brain fluids can be extracted and bottled. They can, you know, the other two brain fluids are essentially locked in. The juices have been sealed in to the brain. There's no in, no out. You know, if there were in and out, then we would expect, for example, to see gases in the brain. You know, nitrogen, gas nitrogen, by the way, not liquid nitrogen. Like nitrogen being, I think, you know, maybe like 50 or 60% of what we breathe in every day. When totaled up at the end of the day. But we don't find that in the brain. We don't find those gases because it's a impermeable membrane normally, from a physical point of view. But from a theoretical point of view, it is permeable. We can break through that barrier. You know, creative juice can be sublimated through the brain casing, and we can extract and then bottle that creative juice itself. And so in a way, another answer to your question, Crap Hound, of what percentage of creativity does a liquid need to have to meet the standard for creative juice, in a way, that percentage is actually 100%. So the goal here in terms of stimulating, creating, and capturing creative juice, the goal is to enter into a state of flow and then tap the brain to collect as much brain fluid 3 per session as is possible. So next slide, please. And by the way, Crap Hound, you know, feel free to mention if that answered your question or if I can clear up any more details for you. I know it's a little roundabout answer to your question, but really would love to get there with you if that wasn't helpful enough. So I kind of wanted to dive into flow here a little bit. I want to step into liquid as it were. want to talk about flow and being in the zone. So the brain zone. Time disappears as transient hyperfrontality is experienced. Maximum productivity is attained at thought speeds of 30 hertz or greater. Experience higher WPM rates than ever before. And this is all possible due to the zone and due to flow. I've kind of threw a lot at you there, but let's dig in and explain in a little bit more detail here. So flow is what I like to call an ideal state of mind. I aspire to experience flow as much as possible in my day-to-day, because maple syrup has the highest WPM of all natural syrups. Yes, this is true. And I didn't know this until a few days ago. So if you're looking to achieve WPM synergies, I can definitely recommend maple syrup. And also I would add here, we shouldn't shake our head at synthetic syrups. We often think of natural as being positive and synthetic as being negative. But in fact, a lot of times synthetic products can have a much lower environmental impact, especially when it comes to rare materials like maple trees, where we don't want to be tapping and sapping these trees all the time. I think maple itself isn't in danger. I think it might be threatened or something. But I think thinking of other items like bergamot, if you want to tap bergamot syrup, well, it's probably going to be better to go ahead and make an artificial version of that in the lab. But that being said, maple syrup, great natural syrup, great product. Really recommend maple syrup if you haven't tried it there. And not just for WPM, but it helps there as well. Okay, so left untended, creative juices are released directly into the ether. You can think of it like a fountain or a geyser, maybe more like a geyser or like a whale's blowhole. So it's not just that it's messy and it gets all over the place, it's also very wasteful, right? Like the brain has done all this production. You ate food, it created energy, it pumped oxygen into the brain, remember through brain fluid 2, blood. And you've done that your entire life, however old you are. You may be 10, 15, 20, you may be 25, you may be 30 or 35, or even older than 35. And if you think about it, every moment of your life up until now is behind that thought that you just had just now. And if that thought is an ejection of creative juices, then you just wasted, a whole lifetime. So what can we do about this? The answer is really to solve our wasteful problem. And so, on a personal note, I'm always looking for new outlets for my creative juices, so that I'm not just allowing them to escape into the ether and pollute the ether, beautiful natural resource. And some of this stuff, right, is as simple as singing a song in a shower, right? Like as you're washing yourself, singing a song, audio magic, audio magic. Or it can be as complex as writing a Mozart's symphony, and everything in between. So applying creative processing and techniques to raw juice is what helps us after we capture it. We're like, our mouth is on this mega pipe full of waste that's like pumping into our mouth. Well, what can we do? Apply creative processing and techniques to this raw juice, and do something real cool with it, such as singing a song in the shower, writing a Mozart symphony, and everything in between. Next slide, please. So, all of that being said, this is our background, right? Why scripts? So, from a creative juices perspective, writing scripts for stage and screen turns out to be rather perfect. Number one, it's a long-term activity. Number two, it's multidisciplinary. Maybe let's invest. So when I say multidisciplinary, what was I thinking when I wrote this slide? I guess it's like, as opposed to like, okay, so like say you're a miner, say you're like a coal miner's daughter, right? And you're down in the coal mine side by side with your father, you're mining the coal with him. Well, that's a very one-track activity, right? That's a one minecart activity. You're in the minecart going down the wrong way on a one-way minecart track. Not a lot of room for creative expression, not a lot of room for growth. So it's important stuff, mining coal, right? Like it's where we get coal for coal energy, for coal-fired fuel plants. It's where we get the black lung. You get money for coal that you find down in the ground there. Oh, we got a kind Liam here. He heard coal, and he came a sniffing. But yeah, so it's important stuff, mining coal, but it simply doesn't have the depth and breadth of script writing in terms of being multidisciplinary. Okay, so next piece here. Scripts can be achieved one page at a time. Another great quality of them. So if you think about the concept of one page at a time, maybe compare it to like a horse race, or like a maybe like a greyhound race. But I think let's stick with horses, right? So compare it to a horse race. If you're a horse, you're not going to be running 1/10 of a horse race. It doesn't make sense. It's all or nothing. You got to whole hog the horse race, right? Like there's no points for doing like the third tenth of a horse race and calling it quits. Horse races are all in. Scripts, you can like dive in, and it's not just like all in total, but like you can't, on Monday, come and do the first tenth, on Tuesday do the second tenth, on Wednesday, etc., etc. It's just not how it works. Compare to script writing, why you could be working on a script for 365 to 366 days a year, 4 years at a time, and you could just be writing like a page at a time, each time, or even less, right? And it's great like that. So it's also a fun and novel new flavor of juice for me. As I mentioned, right, I am interested in singing in the shower. I'm interested in writing a Mozart symphony, but I've never explored writing scripts before until this moment. And so it's always good to try something new, expand one's horizons, and write a novel. And that's exactly what I intend to do here. So next slide, please. Zero waste. We may have heard of this before, right? We may have heard of this topic before. So scripts are an efficient way to convert thought energy into physical form. And there's conservation of energy happening right now. We get many pages out of relatively little juice. And you can combine it with multiple synergistic artifacts. Sounds like a lot of words there, but really all I mean by this is storyboards, soundtrack, treatment, maybe to name a few others, novelization, Cliff's Notes are Spark Notes, film essay, YouTube film essay. There's all sorts of additional artifacts that can be produced that are aligned, either by myself or by others as part of a creative network in a creative cloud, it's just like a great way to turn a little into a lot and to really stretch that juice. So next slide, please. And so creative juices, bottom line, you know, don't worry about if some of this is kind of going over your head, if you don't deeply understand it yet. We will be diving deep into this as we continue here. So, is scripts the best new way to spend my creative juices? Well, not necessarily. I don't know that, right? I just looked into scripts. I didn't like, you know, open a dictionary and like find every word, look to see if it was a noun or a verb, and understand if that was going to be the best way to spend my creative juices. But it does seem pretty good, and so I might as well try it. And if it doesn't work out, then one thing is for certain: there's always more juice. Always more juice. Is there a bank for creative juices? Good question, actually. One interesting thing about creative juices is that they have a very short shelf life. And so it's sort of like why we talked about not just tapping and bottling creative juice, but like transforming it. You know, it's like the pipeline analogy. We're talking about having our mouth up to the sewage pipeline earlier. It's sort of like that, where you can't like shut off the flow, and you can't, you know, you're only able to handle so much at a time. It's imperative that you figure out how to use it when you got it, how to use it when it's fresh. It can go sour, it can start tasting like a copper penny, you know, it could go rancid, all that stuff. However, I do know that, like, you know, with the advent of cryotherapies and cryo chambers, I think what is it, like Mark Wahlberg like invented a cryo chamber or something. It's and like things like Piss Christ, I know. I think it might be possible to store creative juices, but to be honest, I didn't do the research here, and also I don't know that I would recommend it. Like, you know, why not use it while you have it? I think there's enough ways to use it in the moment, and like we mentioned before, on this last point, there's always more juice. So like, there's not really any reason to store it up in a bank, unless you're going to redistribute it to maybe people that have certain medical conditions that prohibit them from making creative juice, which that sounds great to me. Would love to hear if anybody has experience with that. But anyway, I'm actually going to slip into something a little more comfortable here. Oh, that's much better. Okay, next slide, please. I had to, by the way, just in case any viewers weren't aware, I live in New York City, where it's in the 80s right now, and I actually, because my streamer setup is right next to the air conditioner in my apartment, I actually had to turn my air conditioner off. So it's gonna slowly hot up over time. So just bear in mind that I might start really losing it. But we'll cross that corner when we come to it. Okay, next slide. We're on the next slide. Great. Zoom out. Oh, look, we got a Fabian. Zoom in. Okay, so what might be the second reason for creating content for a stage and screen? After creative juices, if you remember from earlier, I kind of spoiled it, but we've got rite of passage. Dancing to death to become reborn as a content celebrity. Next slide, please. So, what is it that I mean by rite of passage? What is a rite? That first part. And that second part, passage into where? finally, are there any examples that could help us out here? It's frozen? Oh, okay, there we go. It was a artifact error. Okay, so on this first one here, what is a Rite? Well, at its core, the simplest way to describe it is a Rite is a series of super quick tasks that you can perform. Basically, tasks that may be benign, but if the word Rite sounds a little evil, you're correct. It's frequently malevolent and nefarious. It's also a repeatable sequence. You can do it again and again, and you're going to undertake a Rite with mystery and solemnity. Next slide. So, the Rite stuff. Let's kind of dive in a little bit with some Rites. So Rites can be seasonal. Rites can be harvest. They can be harvest rituals. Those happen from season to season. Example being any rituals around Thanksgiving or the Harvest Festival, you might know it as, that kind of thing. Pumpkin harvest, or like the whatever that stupid like apple cider thing that people do, like the apple cider donuts. It's not really for me, but yeah. And then there's also going to be scholarly rites, and so here we're going to be talking about like anything that might come along with like academic robes and regalia, people regaling themselves of academic rites and scholarly rites. And we're also talking about pharmacy and convenience. No, I have not been sponsored by Rite Aid. If I were sponsored, I would be sure to let you know. It would have to be the right opportunity. I'm not just going to, accept money from Rite Aid for saying their name on stream. It would have to make sense. But just letting you know, there's no sponsors for the stream. If you are interested in sponsoring the stream, please reach out. But I am going to be a difficult customer, so bring your A game. Next slide, please. So, question: is it a Rite? You might be surprised. If you're looking at something, you're asking, is this a Rite? Well, the definition is sort of purposefully broad here. Even something like an evening routine could technically be a Rite that you might be performing entirely on accident. So with that in mind, please exercise caution, right? It can all go downwind in a hurry. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've got a content focus here. And we're going to be discussing the dark side of rites, death and hospitalization. Again, not every rite is dark-sided, but when you think about rites, there tends to be a preponderance of sharp and dangerous blades of various sizes and shapes, different form factors of blades, very pointy, very sharp, or even when, you may have heard this before, but like the less sharp a blade, actually the more dangerous it is, right? Like a blunted knife is going to absolutely destroy your fucking skin. It's going to wreck you. Oh, by the way, I do say the fuck word on stream. So make sure, if your parents are in the room or whatever, go ahead and pop those headphones in. This is a 18 plus marked stream, nothing too body or racy, but I do say the fuck word. So keep that in mind. Anyway, so, your skin is going to get fucking wrecked by a blunted knife, in a way that like a sharp knife kind of counterintuitively is going to do, like, it's going to still do some damage, right? It's going to cut, but it's going to do a nice clean cut. You're not going to get the same amount of damage. You're going to worry about blood loss, etc. But you're not going to see the same, ultimate scarification that you'd see from, sort of like the musket versus, I don't actually know modern guns, but anyway, another dark side is dim lighting and low visibility. Visibility clothing can really lead to common mistakes and errors. And in particular, hooded cloaks, which are a frequent item used in rites, they can really reduce your peripheral vision and impair your hearing. I don't know what peripheral hearing is called, but it's like the same version of peripheral vision. You don't know when something is like out of, you have tunnel vision or you have horse blinders on. It's really an accident that's going to be waiting to happen there. So that's just a little, dark side of rites. Just be warned. Next slide. So, anatomy of a rite. Introduce and identify self and role. Okay, yeah, so I'm gmat440, Microsoft PowerPoint Twitch streamer, live on twitch.tv. My goal is to... Oh wait, sorry, looking at the next... looking at this slide, I have like a view where I can see what's coming up next. Sorry, I misspoke. I think this is actually talking about like what you're supposed to do in a rite. So let me start this slide over. So, okay, anatomy of a rite, introduce and identify. That's right. Okay, so that's right. Oh, we've got Fabian here. My goodness, unpleasant Fabian, dastardly. Okay, so so myself and role as it pertains to the rite. Okay, got it. So, in other words, when you show up at a rite scene, the first thing you're going to do is introduce and identify self and role. The next thing that you're going to do is exercise scene safety. Third thing, confirm or pronounce death. And again, this is only if it's going to be a malevolent rite. But do confirm or pronounce death after establishing and exercising scene safety. Then you're going to want to document and evaluate. And as part of that, this is going to be collecting, inventorying, and safeguarding property and evidence. And it's also going to be interviewing witnesses at the rite. And to close it out, you're going to establish next steps. So, not all rites are going to include every single one of these, but chances are if you see like one here, you see like one here, and you see like one here, you may be looking at like 3 to 4 to 5 of these. You might be looking at a rite. So but also keep in mind that some rites may only have one of these. So they're kind of tricky rites. Next slide, please. Okay. So, any questions on what rites are? Please definitely feel free to dump them into the chat. Would love to expand upon that knowledge, but we've kind of defined a little bit more about rites. So let's dive into what is a passage. A passage, I like to think of a passage as a portal into another plane. And I'm not talking about like an airplane. I'm talking about like plane. Like a plane, right? Okay. And actually, let's go ahead and change it up here. I'm gonna Alt Tab. How about some new music here? Okay. So, back to this. So, a portal into another plane. A passage is a content conduit. It allows for transition between two states. It even allows for sublimation to bypass states. Kind of funnily, if you think back to our discussion of brain juice 3, brain fluid 3, the fluid of creative thought itself. We were kind of like batting around the bush there, but we were talking about a passage, right? The passage by through which thought flows out of the brain. So next slide. And that passage is not available to all who wish, all fluids who wish to exit the brain. Just that creative juice. Got another content sidebar here. A little tangent into the unknown. So we've got auspicious attributes. And for a little background, another meaning of passage just so happens to be a small quotation from a written work or speech, which happens to be auspicious, because therefore you can think of a script written for stage and screen as actually being just a series of linked together passages. It's not divine providence, but it's close. Next slide, please. Okay, so how about particles of passage? Particles of passage. Little slivers of passage are all around us. We're talking about the crack in the wall that lets the rats through. We're talking about the hole in a straw through which you drink your little drink. We're talking about that thin slice of time in the morning that facilitates your passing into the consciousness from the dream state. And we're talking about that space between escalator steps that can just as easily swallow a man as a key ring. These are all the particles of passage that together form the universe around us. Next slide, please. So let's kind of break down now an anatomy of a passage. So a passage, every passage, and this is, maybe unlike rites, passages have a few more things that we can concretely ascribe to them. Every passage must have an entry, and every passage must have an exit. Those are like two things, no questions asked, non-compete clause, like every passage has an entry and an exit. But then what else is a passage? Well, it's everything in between your entry and exit. Important attribute that every passage must have, it must be securely anchored or tethered to points of reality at the entry and at the exit. They must interface with our reality. However, in the middle, anything goes. Okay, so next slide, please. So, let's ask the question, is it a passage? A bridge. Is it a passage? I'd say so. Under a bridge. Sure, you can pass under a bridge. Birth, death, etc. All passages. Even passing on the highway or on the freeway. You want to get ahead? Maybe you want to pass back. You want to slow down and you want to pass back. That's still a passage. I guess I already said this, but all of these could be passages. Okay, next slide, please. So another content sidebar here. Let's cover a famous passage, the Rainbow Bridge. So the Rainbow Bridge, you might have heard of it, especially if your dog or cat has died. But the Rainbow Bridge is the famous bridge over which dead cats and dead dogs cross into heaven's lush and green meadows. And where is this from? Well, it originates from a Wagnerian opera, when the gods, by the way, need I remind us all that gods is dwogs spelled backwards, make their ascent into the heavens. And I have a visual aid that I've prepared. By the way, this is a good time to remind y'all, make sure and subscribe to my twitter.com/gmat440 account. I did drop this asset in there. Feel free to retweet it if you want. You don't have to. I just, this is, it's available for your retweeting if you wish. But the point is that this was made available before the stream, and there may be a steady little trickle of content that you might find on my Twitter account, if you are subscribed to my Twitter. Little content exclusives, timed exclusives in this case. Okay, next slide, please. We'll just wait here while the animation completes. Okay, next slide, please. So putting it together then, when Rite meets Passage, right? We kind of went over Rite, we went over Passage, but what happens when the two twain? Well, we're talking about a rite of passage, and that is passing into the next phase by means of ritualistic behaviors. Okay, so rites of passage, they can take many forms that tickle various boxes. And I think one of them that we definitely know of is a first major work that endears the audience to the artist and vice versa. Another form might be a breakthrough achievement that makes peers stop and take notice. Kissy here, kissy. Okay, next slide, please. So another example of this might be, or a concrete example might be like a first screenplay in the English language. So you've been writing Polish your entire life, or maybe you haven't been writing Polish your entire life, but you've been writing Polish screenplays your entire life. Well, a rite of passage for you, especially into the world of the Oscars and the Academy's awards that they give out, is a first screenplay in the English language. Maybe it's a first attempt at either long form or wide form content. Looks like Fabian has been summoned here. I'm sorry, by the way, just for everybody to notice, I will fix this in intermission, but right now the Liam and Fabian, I actually have to trigger those manually myself. But I will be fixing that, so during the intermission, which, by the way, we're at slide 62. I figure we'll take an intermission around slide 100, so just, keep aware of that in terms of your own time. Okay, so first to vote for Roosevelt back in 33. Next slide, please. Hold on. It seems like the video player has stopped here. Let me go ahead and we're not gonna go to intermission yet. Right back in. Okay, looks great. So, real world ROP. ROP in the real world. What are some real live examples of rites of passage that I should model my work upon? How do they take one rite and one passage and then synthesize them into something new and something fresh? Well, let's take a look. Green mode. Okay, so this is a little I don't want to go so far as to say as to have been guessing game or quiz. Definitely not looking to quiz anybody here, don't worry. But it's a little bit of a mystery that we'll set up. We'll spike it up like a tennis shot in one slide, and then in the following slide we'll solve the mystery. So in this first slide we've got Sky Burial, and this is a little small, so I'll read it aloud if you can't read it. It says Sky Burial. Winged raptors employed in the transformation of pieces of meat into the stuff dreams are made of. Seaferry. Travel to beautiful Malta, romantic sea voyage discount, all-inclusive alcohol plan, meal tickets, group travel. And, by the way, again, not a requirement by any means, but feel free to shout it out if you know what the solution of the mystery is. So we've got Sky Burial, Seaferry. Let's go ahead and continue here. Together, it forms the Maltese Falcon. One Rite, one Passage, and we get the Maltese Falcon. John Huston's love letter to the film noir genre, and his writer-director debut, in fact. And this is John Huston, if you don't know, the father of Angelica Huston. Okay, next slide then. All right. So we've got theater in the round as our right here. 2 pieces of meat engaged in single combat for purposes of sport, surrounded by a captive audience. And in the passage corner, we have apologies for my pronunciation, but I'm gonna try it. The Schriften process. Large Hollywood personalities transmuted into tiny celluloid creatures across a bridge of light. And so when you combine these two together, you get The Ring, Alfred Hitchcock's acclaimed first outing as a screenplay writer. That's right, Alfred Hitchcock wrote and directed The Ring. Next slide, please. So we have a rite, the sexual communion, and this might be 2 pieces of meat engaged in single combat for purposes of love and procreation, combined then with the passage of time, subdivisions of the endless parade, until it all becomes something a little more bearable. Squeeze them together, what do you get? 20 Minutes of Love, Charlie Chaplin's seminal first outing as screenwriter and director. And next slide, please. We've got a Rite, Dance to the Death in a flurry of feet, a race to the end. Luscious leaps and graceful gallops to rival the pale horse itself. And in our ritual, we've got Bursting into Life. April showers bring an almost revolting spectacle of garish blossoms exploding into being like allergenic popcorn. And again, you're gonna mash these up, and you're gonna get, yes, that's right, the Rite of Spring. Stravinsky's incendiary grenade thrown into the stage musical canon, aka Les Sucres du Pogchamps. And so, just sort of taking a zoom out here, taking a high level, got a Rite, you got a passage, got a Rite, you got a passage. What happens when you squeeze them together? You're gonna find Rite of Passage. Okay, so, where are we going? I'm looking to punch my ticket for a one-way train to celebrity, baby. This is the Rite of Passage that I am in search of. Oh yeah, that's right. I just wanted to just to be clear, I'm not a celebrity, baby. That was just saying, like, you know, like baby, like an extrajection, or I don't know what the word is called, but you know, the little thing that you add for sugar and spice at the end of your sentence. So let's find this Rite of Passage and let's ride this baby from goats to grapes. I'm gonna want the next slide now. Okay, so Rite of Passage, got it. Now, what about the final reason to create content for stage and screen? Little clown nose here. Oh, maybe it's actually like clown whiskers. Anyway, okay, next slide, please. So, gateway to content. Oh, I'm sorry. I kind of spoiled this. It's easy to get rite of passage and gateway to content mixed up. They're similar but different, and I just, as an example, I just did this. But, what is a gateway to content? It transforms what has passed into what has to come. Okay, next slide, please. So, let's review. Gateway to content itself is based on this concept that I like to call content pipeline. AKA an asset pipeline in the terms of a Microsoft PowerPoint presentation. So let's actually go ahead and start with a review of some of the content pipeline material that I shared from my last PowerPoint presentation back in, I believe it was March, end of March. Okay, so here is a slide. I kind of ripped out like 3 or so slides from my presentation. A little bit of context missing, but we'll go through it. So, asset pipeline. What is an asset pipeline? It ensures delivery of assets to the stream. Again, like the stream that I'm streaming right now. It sets quality standards for all assets to be delivered, and it ensures IDI principle has been observed, which is to say that all assets are, and via the communicable property, the presentation is ingestible, digestible, and irresistible. So asset pipeline, just like zooming out here a little bit, this slide is really about PowerPoint and about delivering assets to a stream, but I want you to like take a more generic view of it, right? Like, say we weren't streaming. Say that this is just like anything, right? Like asset pipeline. It's a generic term. Okay, so next slide. So we talked about inputs. Another section that we had in our last session was outputs, asset pipeline outputs. This is like, repository to public offering. And in this case, it's presentations in Microsoft PowerPoint.pptx format, also exportable to PDF, JPG.txt, etc., .tiff, you name it. And this is Twitch.tv streams, as well can be an input. This output, the stream, can be ingested as an input. And there's VOD management that's happening in my asset library. And then there's back synchronization to content streaming platforms. So this is, again, like this seems very specific to streaming, but just hold on to your horses there. We'll get there. So the final slide that I wanted to kind of cover was that middle. So we talked inputs, outputs, inputs being thinking, intuiting, something in the middle here, and output being feeling and sensing. But what is this? What is this missing middle? Processing. Well, I'm excited to be able to share with you that let's dive back into this presentation, right? So we're really talking about screenwriting here for our missing middle. We have some input, we have some output. Screenwriting is the missing middle that allows our presentations that are in this case, like it's content authoring main phase stage produces a PPTX file. Well, in the case of screenwriting, it allows us to produce a script instead, right? But instead of producing a PPTX file, we're producing a sheaf of script pages as our output. Right? Inputs can be the same or similar at some level anyway. The missing middle screenwriting is unique, but it's similar to content authoring main phase in the PowerPoint presentation lifecycle. And then the output is going to be a little bit different here. Okay, so I'm gonna want to head to the next slide here. So what is the goal? Our goal is not just to produce a script, right? Not in and of itself. We want to produce a script for stage and screen, right? Like in and of itself isn't all that it is. The goal is really to mount a production. The goal is to see our content inputs come to life. So next slide, please. And so here's where the concept of gateway to content comes in. And I like to kind of lead with a statement. Scripts, and by extension, the script writing process, are themselves the gateway through which content inputs may become content outputs, right? Like a script allows you to take inputs like your thoughts, feelings, hopes, hoop dreams, whatever, what have you, shove them through that gateway to content. And out the other end they come as outputs. It's a film. It's a stage play. It's a stage musical. It's like a TV musical, right? Like input to output, gateway to content. Okay. So great. Content inputs. Again, covering this is sort of, thoughts, ideas, concepts, brainstorming, back of napkin, right? You've got your subconscious, and you've got your conscious, and they're sort of jetting out, and receiving feedback from, everything external, right? So next slide, please. Content outputs, so we're talking about like movies, films, stage play, musical, television show, or limited series. And I have like a 4-quadrant setup here. In this 4-quadrant, we see from left to right is live versus recording, and from top to bottom we've got stage versus studio. So in this case, we have like it's sort of like a live TV show.
Damaged bug has just followed gmat440.
We're up on the we're on the live side, but we're on set. We're not on a stage. I'm not like sitting out in Central Park. Power user Damaged Bug, thank you so much for your follow. Welcome on in. Feel free to reach out in the chat with any questions, etc. Feel free to summon Fabian or Liam at your leisure. I'll make sure and get them out there for you. Just to as a little taste. We've got Liam here that might wish to be your friend. Okay, so anyway, I'm not like live in beautiful Times Square sitting at my computer streaming. Oh, thanks. Damaged Bug says, greetings, keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I'm gonna do it. I promise to you I'm gonna do it. Okay, right, I'm not sitting like in beautiful Times Square at like a laptop computer or my iPad, streaming live to twitch.tv. I'm sitting in my apartment, which is getting pretty hot now. It has to be said. My AC is off. So it's not, a traditional air-conditioned set. It is air-conditioned. Anyway, a little bit of a tangent here. It's not air-conditioned right now. I turned it off so that it wasn't noisy during my stream, etc., etc. Okay, let's let's continue. You understand what I mean. So importance of scripts. Great. So without scripts, we would have absolutely no way to get from our inputs all the way along to our outputs, right? So there would be a content pipeline chain discontinuity. And let's actually zoom in here because I think it might be a little hard to see. So we got, several chained inputs, outputs, inputs, outputs, inputs, abort, retry, fail, pipeline error. Oops. Whoops. Whoops. Without scripts, what we would be doing is introducing a content pipeline chain discontinuity into the proceedings. And so you can think of then scripts, and by extension, the entire script writing process, as forming, one of the vital links in that chain. Obviously in a chain, the weakest link, etc. But like some links are more important than others. Let's be honest and real with each other. And so it's really all about like this process insertion. Can we insert the process of script writing, and can we in turn insert the actual noun of a script into our content pipeline chain, thus resolving our content pipeline chain discontinuity? And the answer is yes, and that's sort of leads to why scripts and the entire script writing process are so valuable and treasured. So next slide. Okay, so applied gateway. We've covered gateway to content in general on a high level. Hopefully we have a brief understanding, or if you're just joining the stream, feel free to review the video on demand at your leisure, in your own leisure time, or now if you wish, and come back up to speed later. But I think in order to truly understand it in a way that like you could describe it to someone else, it's going to be helpful to understand how it applies. After all, if I wanted to turn any old input into an output, I wouldn't need to sit through this presentation to understand that. I could just like go right over to my favorite spreadsheet program and have at it. I'm actually trying to think. I don't really have a favorite spreadsheet program. I know Microsoft Excel is very good, but sometimes I use other spreadsheet programs just to keep them on their toes. You never know. But yeah, I could just be like, instead of streaming, I could be sitting at my computer typing into Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. I don't know what the XLSX. I think XLSX, like PPTX XLSX. Anyways, is the file form. Okay, so next slide. Next slide. Okay, elevate my juices. So scripts are a great way to take my own internal creative juices all the way up to that silver screen. If you think about it, ideas are the cargo and scripts are the rocket ship, right? So maybe, up here, these they're kind of moving around. It's hard to draw a circle around them, but maybe, I don't know if you can kind of see that, but we've got our cargo, but then the scripts, it's like this whole rocket ship. It's going to be fueled by our past experience, and we're going to maintain content momentum, and we're going to lift off and take those ideas all the way up to that silver screen. It kind of looks like the back of like a balding man's head, balding businessman's head. Oh, I wonder if do y'all think Liam is bald? I think that's why he wears the hat. Next slide, please. So, juice alive. So ideas that were once a figment of my imagination can now come alive. They can be realized in the real world with a whole cast of characters. And this can be done so in a standard and predictable process with achievable results. I'm not looking to reinvent any wheels here, right? Like scriptwriters, you think about it, they've been going for thousands of years now, even from before the time of movies, by the way. In case anybody was about to try and fact check me, scriptwriters have existed before movies. Known fact, look it up. So all of that to say is it's an established process. Why go against the grain? In this case, film grains, but it could just as easily be, etc. Right? Okay. Next slide, please. Philanthropy. So, what am I really talking about here? I'm talking about it's a goal to donate my juices of creation back into society at large, right? Like I get so much from society in my day-to-day. Let me give something back. Gateway to content? Maybe we can think of it as gateway to the betterment of all humankind. Eventually, anyway, maybe with my second script. You know, let's not shoot for the moon. Let's shoot for the stars first, and if we can get to the moon, so much the better. Next slide, please. So, we want to put a foot in the gateway. What I'm looking to do is I'm looking to use an initial burst of content to wedge my foot right in that door. Why? Well, let me tell you, it's easier than to ram through subsequent content. It's kind of linked to rite of passage, right? You think of like the rite of passage as being this moment, this Bildungsströmic cataclysm that happens within the crucible of script writing. My first English language script. Through that rite of passage, I want to open the door wide open, so that then subsequent contents can just be like shoved through like nobody's business, right? Except for my business. You know, hopefully I'm getting paid for this. Cost of business, etc. Okay, next slide. So I kind of want to go over sustainable content cycles. What do I mean by this? Well, content begets content. Every new piece of content isn't just something that went through a gateway to content. It is itself a gateway for the next piece of content. Again, this is something that like may sound familiar if you watched my last presentation, but it's sort of like the film version of that, right? And the goal is to really end up with a self-feeding script organism. That's me, where like you started out, and it just like keeps going and going and going, and it's like a cold fusion process, right? It's just like it keeps on going and going and going, begetting more and more content. You know, like a virus in the stomach, etc. Let's also talk about labor content. Let's evaluate our outputs in the context of labor content. So, unlike books, poems, etc., which sort of, you know, are not bad-mouthing books, not bad-mouthing poems, but let's be honest. They do not compare to scripts in terms of their ability to create millions of hours of good jobs for hardworking people, hardworking Americans. And this is, or you know, not just America, right? Hollywood is in America, but there's so many different Hollywoods. And so we're talking about actors, directors, musicians, dollies, best men, caterers, and even accountants. But also you name it, right? Like, feel free to, in the chat, throw out the name of a job. And we can kind of explore, like, oh, is it relevant here? Going back to our coal miner's daughter example from before, right? Well, where do you think the power comes from for Hollywood to turn on all of those giant lights is probably going to come from coal. So if you think about it from this perspective, it might be said every single page in a script is itself a job creator, right? It's Time's Person of the Year for 2006, 2007, whatever that is, when they put job creators on the cover as the Time Person of the Year. Every page in a script is a job creator, creating jobs, creating hours and hours of labor content for laborers. Next slide, please. And so that's like, individual perspective and like a collectivized individual perspective. But we can also think of it as on like the macro perspective in terms of economic zones. And in fact, governments do think about it in this way all the time, because governments are always creating special economic cinema zones to facilitate the creation of films. You may have heard of a little thing called Vancouver, BC. There's some other examples too. But none of this would have happened if that first person didn't stand up to sit down and write a script, right? And it's really about getting that economy going. It's about that content gateway to cash flow. All of this is happening in economic zones devoted specifically, right, to screenplays, script writing for stage and screen, making movies, the whole bit. Next slide, please. And this is like dog actors too, by the way, I forgot to mention. We're not just talking about human actors, talking about dog actors as well. I don't think dogs can cater. I think that's probably like, you probably can't get a license as a dog, but you can get a license for like crossing the street and doing bombs and stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me if you could get I take it back. Like you can probably, I don't know. I'm going back and forth on this. Let's continue. So the big picture, just like our digestive system takes one thing and makes another, right? It takes like a potato knish, and we make energy, and we make a little something, little extra something to leave, flush down the toilet later. Just like that's what our digesting system does, we ourselves then hope to leave our mark on the universe in our time here, right? And it's not just like moon writing or writing, like carving something on a tree, but it's really about seeing like scripts themselves as being a gateway to what I like to call eternal content. And eternal content, striving for eternal content, is really all about finding that lingering touch. Right? Scripts touch so many lives. They touch the lives of film workers. They touch the lives of their descendants. What else do they do? What else do they touch? They're touching everything. They touch the economic prosperity of entire regions, right? Asia Pacific, Pacific Northwest, South Pacific, right? Like, name them. The films are touching the economic prosperity of those regions. And lastly, films touch the imaginations of viewers like you. And again, that's a lingering touch. In this case, it's a lingering touch across two vectors, right? As soon as you've been touched by a film, as your imagination has been touched by a film, that touch is going to linger throughout your entire life, even if you forget the things that happen in the film, if you forget plot points, character developments, what have you. They're going to be somewhere in there, right? You're always building a house. It's like a synthesizer. You're constructing, and it forms your next person, the person that you are tomorrow. Once you watch my film, and once my film touches your imagination, that is a lingering touch that will linger for your entire life. But not just that, your descendants too, or anybody's descendants really, because films can be accessible to anybody. once they're out in the world, that's it. You've read it into the record, right? Like when they read the Patriot Act into the record in the halls of Congress. That film is out there now, and anybody can watch that film and be touched and have their imaginations be touched. And so it's lingering in that way as well. Next slide, please. And so that is why I wish to create content for Stage and Screen. And just to recap, that's going to be Creative Juices, it's going to be Rite of Passage, and that's going to be Gateway to Content. Okay, so with all that said, I know why. I know why I want to make this. But now the question becomes what, right? So we're at slide 100. So I think now is as good a time as any to go ahead and kick it off with a little intermission. Is this ASMR mode? No. Okay, is this ASMR mode? I think this might be ASMR mode. No, this is it. This is ASMR mode. Alright. Alright, I've got my little water glass here. And I'm going to pour myself some water in the water glass. Really delicious water. Make sure and keep ourselves hydrated here. Ah, yes. Love that water. Sounds like a bong, but it's just me drinking the water. I love a good haircut. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and dive back in here. Oh, it looks like I've got a black scene up on an OBS. That's fine. So let's get back to our presentation view then. Okay, we're currently in an intermission state, but that doesn't have to last long. Maybe you can let me know if the music volume is good or not, but I just turned it down a little bit. So, okay. Let's go ahead and then get back in here, just alt-tabbing, sorry, pardon my mess. Okay, so, great. So let's go ahead and continue here. Maybe we'll try the side view for a second. See how that treats us. Feel free to reach out in the chat if things are looking a little too small. But the side view might be nice. Might allow a little bit better visual indicator when chat messages are dropped into the chat. Great. So let's continue. Next slide, please. Slide 102. Let's get this show out of the hole. So, what is a script? Won't somebody please tell me? This questioning man. He is, by the way. Oh wait, let me actually change to new ink color. How's that? I think that seems good. Hard to see here. He is wearing clothes. This is permissible under Twitch terms of service. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to get blocked or banned or shadow blocked or anything like that. Okay. Next slide, please. Script 101. What's a script? Well, I prepared for this stream by going out to Wikipedia. And according to Wikipedia, there are several script types. Number one, I don't know if these are in order of most to least common. As I understand it, Wikipedia supports those orders, but there may be like default orderings that might get in the way. So medical prescription work, which may or may not be the most prevalent type of script. There's also a computer program. I was also delighted to know that a script is a name of a band, as well as their musical album. Little self-titled, mononym is like, Madonna. Pseudonym? Autonym, maybe. Anyway, it's them, and it's their work. You know, the greatest works of art are the artists themselves, sort of thing. I also learned that there's even a whole system of writing or handwriting style, and that's a script. Actually, I guess I already knew that, but it was delightful to have a little thought refresher about that, a little knowledge refresher. Okay, next slide then. So script 101, but the particular one we're looking for is actually located under the arts, entertainment, and media section of the Dewey Decimal System. Sometimes this is called the fiction section, although there's actually, it's like a Venn diagram, there's overlap. Anyway, documentaries, etc. So and like a parafictional content as well. Anyway, so the dialogue, narrative, text, language, stage directions, and series of events for a comic book or comic strip or video game or theatrical production or film or television. That's a lot of words there. Anyway, all of that is a script. And specifically, all of that is the script that we're talking about here. This is, you know, if you came here to learn about the band script and their musical album script, you're in the wrong class. You're free to audit this course, but let's go ahead and continue to script 101. Slide 3 out of whatever of script 101. Basically, it's like words, except for stage and screen. Next slide. So words for stage and screen. Let's dive in here. Does that sound familiar? That's right. Many may consider Microsoft PowerPoint presentations to be scripts in and of themselves. In fact, if you look closely, you'll notice I'm starting to recycle some content from a PowerPoint slide that I had in my previous presentation about Microsoft PowerPoint presentations themselves. And so in fact, we're kind of, you know, it's new territory, but it's the same territory, right? Same shit, different pond. Same shit, different pond. So, myself included, I'm one of those people that considers Microsoft PowerPoint presentations themselves to be scripts. And that's a gmat440 guarantee. So in a way, I already have experience in this domain, right? But that's fine. We still have much to learn. I'm not an expert. Or at least I wasn't an expert at the time that I was writing this particular slide, this presentation. Or I would maybe say that I'm a journeyman. I would say. So let's journey forth to the next slide, please. And we've got another content sidebar here. Go ahead and zoom all the way in. See our content sidebar. Wait, what's the difference between a play and a screenplay? Well, according to Wikipedia, plays are fine literature, while screenplays are films. Now, I have to say, I do respectfully disagree. And if you were to ask me, I say both are worthy of fine literature. I'm gonna mute because I need to belch. Hold on. Okay, I've unmuted myself. You know, hopefully that gas isn't coming from my brain. That'd be disastrous. Next slide, please. So, scripts in our lives. I have news for you. If you've ever, I'm gonna be a newsreader for a second. If you'll favor the self-expression. If you've ever seen a play, movie, or TV programming, I have news for you. Thank a script, because the chances are that you have witnessed, I can't read this. It looks like this table, is in the way here. Chances are the words you witness through of the screen or stage and write from a script. Interesting. Well, it probably wasn't that important anyway. Oh, we got a little peek of it there. You witnessed through something came from the media, right from a script. Stage media came from the script. Got it. Okay, let's continue on. So next slide then. Oh, we've got another content sidebar. I love these things. So, script spotlight. I am happy to announce that some scripts can actually be used multiple times. So let's take a look at an example. Case in point, if you've ever heard of or seen of the film Thunderball, it was actually later painstakingly refilmed scene by scene and released as Never Say Never again. So you're not just using up a script once you use it once. It's called like putting it in the can, but it's sort of like a recycling bin rather than a trash can, if that does make sense. Next slide, please. There's also such a category of scripts as scripts that are not yet in our lives. So not all scripts have actually been used up yet, right? You think of like Thunderball, well, it's been used twice. It hasn't really been used up. You could make a third movie using that script, but like, you know, it's been very lucky, or maybe like it's you know, the other scripts are jealous or whatever it is, because not all scripts have had a chance yet. And just because a script hasn't been read into the record yet by Congress doesn't mean it's not a script. And this is the so-called legal loophole. There may be several reasons for this. It sort of varies, right? I think there's how to put this. Sometimes it's to do with the quality of the scripts, sometimes not. Sometimes it's complicated, sometimes there's like multiple reasons. But I think it's not always to do with like, oh, this script is bad and therefore it doesn't have what it takes to make it on the big screen. I think the most common reason that a script that exists has not been fully used yet is that it actually may be in the process of being used, right? There may be a film that's in production, whether that means pre-production, post-production, whatever may have you. A script may be currently in production, or it may be in so-called studio hell. So this is a thing that people, studio hell is like a state where a script is kind of like studio purgatory, but like hell instead. And so the script is like not quite used yet, but like it has been written. It's, you know, it's in studio hall. It also may have been long lost for the ages, to the ages, right? Like maybe I think there's scripts from prehistoric times, maybe, but at least there's like scripts from times of antiquity. Well, if they got buried in the wrong tomb or whatever, right? Like you're not gonna find you're not gonna find that script if we haven't opened up that tomb yet. Right? If you head into the British Museum, they don't have the script. Well, there's one of two choices. Number one, that script doesn't exist. Number two, that script is still in that tomb. There's also the possible that the script may have been considered to be unfilmable or unstageable, right? There are elements that somebody read through and they're like, that would never be accepted on stage or on screen. So next slide, please. Oh, and it looks like we have another content sidebar about Studio Hell. So, to expand upon my previous appointments, some scripts may be punished by vindictive members of the studio. And in some cases, rather than this, the studio might actually genuinely want to help the script. But, in other cases, not. Either way, one of these two scenarios can occur, and the script ends up in studio hell. That's just like a possibility. Now, we're talking about scripts and using them up. Well, not everything uses a script. This may seem surprising, given that we think typically of all the world as being a stage and screen. All the world's a stage and screen. But not all words from stage and screen came from a script. To add to the confusion, just to add to the confusion. Next slide, please. So, what are some notable exceptions here? Number one, we've got CCTV footage. We are the script, and life is the movie. Smile, you're the celebrity. Right, so this is, you've ever been to a gas station car wash, you've ever wandered down the right street at the wrong time, looking down the barrel of a CCTV camera. Smile, you just made it onto stage and screen, and you did it all without the help of a script. Probably there are. I didn't include this in the presentation, but there are such things as they're called guerrilla productions, where actually you enter into a space that is normally for unscripted content, and you actually perform scripted content into it. So you do like a scene reading in front of a CCTV camera, etc. Or you find a proscenium arch somewhere and you do a little monologue, right? Like guerrilla theater, guerrilla film. It exists, but it's sort of beside the point, if you will. Next slide, please. Okay, so other notable exceptions. Reality TV. So this one is very similar to CCTV, but with a twist. It originally came about during the scriptwriter strikes, actually, as a content scab. A way to still achieve content for stage and screen without necessarily having to engage with striking scriptwriters. So really, I don't really hold it in high regard, or at least I didn't in its original form, because now it may actually counterintuitively be more heavily scripted than actual TV. So there actually may be even more scriptwriters employed for a reality TV show, and more scriptwriting hours spent for a reality TV show than you would find, in the latest season of Friends or what have you. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, notable exceptions. So, our third notable exception here, I think I'm counting that right, is going to be improvisational comedy. You know what? The less said on this one, the better. I know some people are fans, but let's just next slide, please. Okay, script basics. So that's script basics. We just talked about it. What is it? Or no, we're going to talk about it. Sorry. Or we did talk about it? I don't know. How mysterious. Some examples? Yeah, I guess we did cover all of these, right? We talked about what's a script, what isn't a script, what uses a script, what doesn't use a script, what are some real life scripts. Okay. Great. So let's then kind of dive in a little deeper here. Script anatomy. What is script anatomy? Well, it's kind of like the human body of flesh and other tissues, except that it's, script form. And scripts themselves actually have their own sets of arms, limbs, organs, skin, and hair. Like, not, I mean, maybe they could, but it's more of like a simile or a metaphor versus, scripts don't, scripts have a pulse. Scripts are like living, breathing things for sure. They like change over time. I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but one thing is for sure, scripts definitely have their own set of arms, limbs, organs, skin, and hair. Next slide, please. Okay, so script anatomy, the basics. Scripts are most usually going to be black ink on luminous white 8.5 by 11 paper. So you're going to usually find them over in this territory of the... Whoops, that's kind of a shitty arrow. Oh, sorry, I said the shit word too. Not sorry, but like I said that I was going to say the fuck word, which I did, but I didn't alert everybody to the fact that I was going to say the shit word as well, which I will be doing. Several other words. There's some words that I definitely will not be saying, but when it comes to the shit word and the fuck word, we'll be saying those. So again, like if you've got this in a room with your parents, or if you're under the age of 18, please, or I guess in each of those scenarios, it's going to be different. So if you're in the room with your parents, you're going to want to pop those headphones in for the next time that I use the fuck word. If you're under the age of 18, I'm going to need to ask you to leave. This content is not aimed at children. It's not for children. I'm going to be saying the fuck word and the shit word, and your parents are not going to be happy about that. Okay, so sorry, a little content digression there, but in contrast with this default usual state, PAL films, also known as European art films, the A4 paper standard is used, and this is high level. It's basically another word for 8.5 by 11, but there are some key differences. And scripts are usually not double-sided. There are various reasons. We don't need to get into it, but you're normally going to find scripts to be single-sided. It's maybe a dated practice in this world of environmental consciousness. But it's just the way of the world. I think ultimately you think about it as like a script ends up creating a work for stage and screen that is like a universal content that, like we were talking about before, it can have like this touch that lingers on for all of eternity, and is shared by people worldwide and across space and time. So, in a way, even 300 pages of single-sided paper, like that's a pretty low environmental cost to pay, given the universal impact that a script can have. And then the final piece here is going to be you're going to find brass brads, and they're going to hold the script together. If you like imagine a script that's like a little 8.5 by 11, or again A4 if you're writing a European art film. This is going to be brass brads up in the left and the right top corner, so you can flip the script up, as you wish. Okay, so let's proceed. A cute little script there. Okay, so script anatomy, weights and measures. Let's wrap some telemetry around this. Scripts generally are going to be 90 to 120 pages. Always exceptions, but this is, and I think increasingly there are exceptions, but this is generally what they're going to be, especially if it's just like normal amounts of talking, etc. And they're going to be single spaced. Now, this may sound like a whole lot, but I'm going to ask you to not be intimidated, because there are very wide margins. So let me again draw a little content diagram here. So you've got your script page. You know, typically you would think of this as being like, oh wow, there's going to be a lot of that's just like hours and hours, nights, weekends, you know, chained to the typewriter, right, working on your galley proofs, just like filling it from left to right. D stacks, I'm nervous, exactly, right? Like this is the thing. This is the great thing, is that there are some pretty brutal margins here. So that actually the stuff that you end up writing, like there's stuff that you write that is outside of these margins for sure, and we'll discuss that in subsequent slides. But typically in terms of just like spoken dialogue, we're really just talking about this narrow column in the middle where all of the spoken and written word goes. So don't worry about it. 90 to 100 pages sounds like a lot until you think about it's really just like this little tiny column, right? There's still going to be stuff like you know, you've got like a footer, like, you know, page number maybe, and you got like the date here. You know, who knows? Like you've got like header here, could be like you know, title, etc. But it's really just this main column that you have to grapple with, of the actual content. Okay, got it. Just like cool. Okay, so I lost my little. Okay, here we go. So another thing important to mention is that this is only a loose guideline, not enforced. There's no board of directors that's going to come and say like, no, you've written a script that's 130 pages long, not allowed. We're going to ask you to leave the premises, which are no longer yours. Not going to happen. It might happen for other reasons, not going to happen for this reason. If you write a script that's 60 pages, increasingly shorter scripts are becoming in vogue. You know, it's much easier, for example, to localize them, to bring them to the China country, and to bring them, you know, to the British English country. Very localizable because there's like less work that needs to be done. Just like, you know, think about it, less pages, less words. Another thing, typically you're gonna find Courier font 12 points. This one actually, after I wrote this slide, I found there's a significant amount of disagreement over this, and I'm not actually sure what the current standard is, but another number I ran across was 10. So do keep that in mind. Maybe do a quick Wikipedia query to find out if you're going to dive into writing a script, as will I when I write my script. But you know, TBA. And one thing to think of, to keep in your brain, one page can be thought of as a substitute for 1 minute of stage and screen time. So all of a sudden, these two numbers, 90, 120, probably sounding kind of familiar, right? Like we've all heard of the hour-and-a-half movie. We've all heard of like the 2-hour movie. I think if you're talking about like your typical Marvel's universe blockbuster, those are going to have like probably less talking in them. Again, like, you know, easy to take to the China country, take to Europe, you know, on a road show all over the world. But if we're talking about like your standard script, or especially the further back you go into time, although don't go back to the silent film era, because obviously the rules there changed. Scripts are very different, even though there were still scripts, it was very different. You know, typically it was going to be like 90 to 120 pages, because that was the expectations of films. Right now you have like the Marvel's universe of films. They're often gonna throw like a 3-hour movie at you, or 2.5-hour movie at you. Personally, it's not my thing. Really detest that. But you know, you even run across like a 70-minute movie, especially in the direct to to a direct to digital or direct to DVD route, you'll find a lot of these shorter movies, and it used to be a mark of low quality, but I think expectations are changing now. So just keep that in mind. If you have a script that you're working on that you're like, I only think there's really 45 pages in here, and therefore perhaps 45 minutes, don't worry about it. Follow your dream. Okay, so yeah, next slide. Title page, take it from that top. I think, is this a quote from Casablanca? Take it from the top, Sam? I think so. Anybody in the chat, if has seen Casablanca, would love your input. But yeah, so at the very top, you're gonna have a title page, the top of the stack, title page. On that title page is gonna be the title. Ask yourself, will they know what this is without a title? Some, such as Madonna, Cher, Obama, can get away with it, right? If you think that your idea is either famous enough or like good enough, or whatever it may be, to avoid using a title, sure, by all means, go ahead and try it out. But you know, when in doubt, add a title. And trust me, like, you may think that like the idea you're thinking of right now, you're like, oh, I don't need a title for this one. Like, I know everybody else uses a title. I know this one is special. That may very well be the case, but honestly, if I were you, I would probably go with the title. I think it's just like easier in the long run. It's just like the safer, less risky choice in this event. Okay, next slide. Title page, next lines, please. So title page, it's called a title page. Obviously it has a title on it, but that's not it. Like, if it's just a title and that's it, you just like put a fucking sticky note on the top of your sheaf of papers with the title on it, and that would be as good as gold. Or like a little, you could put a little one of those like rings, like a hole punch through the things and a little ring, and then you could dangle like a little index card off of it with your title, and that could be a little title dangler. But in fact, we actually want more information. What's this information? It's going to be author. Who's that? That's you. Or in this case, that's me. Someone else. If you didn't write it, it's not going to be your name. In this example that I just gave, I'm going to be in charge of putting my name on my script because I'm writing it, and that's like the end of it, right? We're not having this conversation right now. That's my name. I wrote it. It's going there. Next slide, please. Or no, sorry, next bullet point. Thanks. So you're going to want to put the date. Very important. It may not seem important, but time and place, very important when it comes to everything. Wine, for example, often thought of as time and place on a bottle. Well, think of that for scripts as well, if that helps you. Now the date is pretty fixed, but you will need to update this whenever you update something else in the script. So anytime that anything else gets updated in the script, go ahead and update that date. Go ahead and head back out to that first title page, update the date to whatever today's date is. Or tomorrow's date, like, if you want to kind of think ahead, if you know that you're going to be typing all night, and your flow session is going to last past midnight, go ahead and put tomorrow's date. That's fine. Also, something to note here, just quick interjection. There are several script writing suites and programs which will automatically update the date. Like if you click file save, then if something changed, it'll like look through everything when you're saving it, and if it notices like a word is different, or like you changed a character's name, or something like that, then it'll update that date for you, and you don't have to think about it. But make sure that the programmer suite that you're using does have this feature before thinking, oh, I don't need to do this. Just keep that in mind. Okay, next slide. Okay, so title page, the bottom line. Oh, and I just got a text actually telling me to drink some water. So it's a great reminder for everybody watching the stream. Stay hydrated. Open my water carafe here. Pour it into my cup. Close my carafe. Set my carafe down and take a sip. You know, think of all of that CSF. Cerebral spinal fluid. Again, you know, 16 ounces a day. That, I think that's like a venti in Starbucks terms. If you want to replenish the CSF in your brain every day so that it can do the thing as we discussed earlier, again, you know, it can take all those bad thoughts out and flush them out into the system. Then, you know, you're going to want to be drinking water, because CSF, it's really like basically anything else in the human body. The number one thing that it is before anything else is just water, right? It's like 98% water or something. The human body is like 97, 98. Anyway, okay, got my water. Right, title page, the bottom line. We're almost done. Title page, hang in there. The thing that you're gonna want to put at the bottom of your title page is your contact details. You may be thinking why? You may be guessing, but the answer is, if a studio reads your script and wants to mount a stage or screen production, well, how is it that they're going to be in contact with you? It's best to add your addresses, such as your email, home, work, phone, and cell addresses. And make sure and add your name if it is different from your real name. So yeah, but then that takes us to the bottom of the title page. You don't need a page number on the title page, by the way. First page. Note: do not spill water on your computer, or your PowerPoint will become wet. This is a great point. Thank you, DStacks. I'm gonna switch to this view so we can see that chat message. Very important message. Do not spill water on your computer. There are ways of getting around this. You can submerge it in salt, for example, that wicks the moisture away from your computer in a wicking motion. But very important. I should have mentioned that. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. We all want to keep hydrated. We all want to stay juiced up. We all want to be like nice and moist and supple, like a good leather hide. But what we don't want to do is spill that water on our computer. Very important. Practice safe water procedures. Okay, so continuing on. Thanks for that, DStacks. Okay, title page. Oh, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. There's some optional details on here. These aren't necessarily additional pieces of like new, different information. It's like variants of what you already have. So, question: do you have multiple authors? The answer is yes. Then, if the answer is yes, then the answer to your the answer is the answer. I guess there's like two. Like if the first phase of the answer is yes, the second phase of the answer is just add more authors. As many authors as there are on that script, just put them, chain them up. Throw a comma in there. I like the serial comma, so even if you have, you know, if you're like author 1, author 2, and author 3, I really like to throw that serial comma in there, in between the second to last author and the word "and." You may choose to leave that out. That's fine. I'm not going to be prescriptive asshole about this. Sorry, ass is another. I'm going to say the ass word. Maybe it'd be simpler if I didn't say the ass word. Maybe I could just stick to shit and fuck. Okay, so I am not going to be that fuckhole that's going to tell you gotta use that serial comma. But I think if you are not accustomed to using the serial comma, you might want to try it out. You might like it. Just saying. Okay, next bullet point here. You got multiple titles. So this one is going to be a lot less likely, I think. but follow your gut. I think we've all seen this. Actually, if you might not think of it, but what is that song, like 500 miles, right? Like we all see that where there's like a second title in parentheses, or there could be like a subtitle. Like I think maybe like Men in Black 3 had like a subtitle, or like Star Wars 1 was like The Phantom Menace, right? So it's gonna not be super likely, but it could happen. So make sure and add those multiple titles in. I think the thing that's like extremely unlikely is 3 titles. So usually you can get away just by, adding one in parentheticals or like a colon or whatever. But nothing's stopping you. Follow your gut. If you think that your script needs 3 titles, have be it. Another one that's actually really important here. Is your script based on real life events or fictional events? If so, you're gonna want to include your sources. Now, not all of this needs to go on title page. You can definitely have like a standard bibliography as well, to cite your sources, etc. You can even do like annotations, or there are various kinds of annotations, but one of the kinds of annotations you can add is like the ones at the end that like show your sources, etc. That's an option, but I think this is more talking about like if your script is based on like you are making a documentary about you read the Wikipedia page on cuisine of the Midwestern United States, for example, and you're making like a documentary about cuisine of the Midwestern United States, or like Cincinnati chili, or whatever that Diamond, Ohio pizza is. I think Cleveland. Oh, I don't know what it is, but the Diamond cut pizza, or a loose meat sandwich, or St. Paul. What is it? Like it's like an egg foo young in between pieces, like a St. Paul's sandwich, I think, maybe. Anyway, make sure and include that on the first page, especially if it's easy to write in like a short phrase or a line or two. You definitely don't want to get sued by Jimmy Wales here. But even if like you weren't worried about being sued, it's just like good practice. It's nice. For example, this music that we're listening to, right? Like you can find, the Lo-Fi Classics link in the description in the about of this video. The author was kind enough to allow me to use these. He does great work. Definitely go and support him. But for example, that's one of the pieces that I attribute elsewhere. Or another example of something that maybe you wouldn't need to attribute, that might be a nice to have rather than a necessary. If you've been noticing, like all of the visual content in this presentation, this butterfly tree, or this arrows, or this Jimmy Wales Wikipedia monies, almost all of these images I actually got from the website Pixabay, Pixabay, I think. Pix, maybe it's like Pix8, like baby, Pixabay. Anyway, make sure and check them out. They're not sponsoring me or anything. It's a repository of content. I think all of it falls under a single license, but at least all the stuff that I use falls under their proprietary license that is similar to a like the broadest sort of Creative Commons license, I believe. It's kind of like there are restrictions. Make sure and read the license details. But it's kind of similar to, for my purposes, it's as if these are in the public domain, in that there are no royalties, there's no need for attribution. I'm free to use these in this presentation. But if you see any content that you like, there's too many to like name them all. If I were writing a bibliography, I'd be up until 3 a.m. Doing so. I will do that. I'm willing to do that if there's interest, but nobody's asked, so I figure it's not really important. I think the better route to go, since there's literally hundreds of assets in here. If you see one you like, we'll look at what it is, try and like think, what would this be called, and go ahead and type that search into the Pixabay search box, and you'll find that, as well as like other great examples. Lots of great artists uploading things for free. Really fantastic resource. I cannot say that enough. Pixabay, if that's the wrong name, it might be, I think it's called Pixabay, but if that's a wrong name, I'll issue a correction on my various socials and in the Discord channel, which, by the way, great reminder, go ahead and join us in that Discord channel if you like. It's not super active yet, but would love to enter into some great conversations with people there. I have notifications turned on. I might change that if people abuse it, but really would love to welcome you into Discord. And I could even, link out the information about some of my favorite assets that I found on Pixabay, as well as, again, correct that name if I got it wrong. So let's go ahead and we spent some time on this slide. Let's go ahead and stop staring at it. So, title page. What else? If you are thinking of something else to add to the title page, you might be thinking of something. Do not do it. Absolutely no additional content is allowed. I know I said I wasn't going to be a pedantic and prescriptive fuckhole about it, but I'm really serious this time. If what you're thinking of adding to the title page was not covered in the previous slides, really do not add it to that title page. You might be thinking, but what if it's critical? What if, I don't think I could go without putting this on the title page? Well, let me ask you this. Is it really so critical that it can't just go on a second, smaller page? Is it? We might call that the subtitle page. I'm not going to dive into this, but, use your judgment. Again, you could probably have as many subtitle pages as you want, especially a more fractious postmodern script might kind of lean into this, and kind of build up a sphere of meta content. But probably, you're going to want to rein that in. Okay, next slide. So, script anatomy, flesh and potatoes. After the title page, guess what? That's like the top leaf in your sandwich. Now it's time for your script to shine. Pages 2, all the way until the end, until you write the end at the end of your script, those pages are going to want to be filled with the words that you are writing for stage and screen. No ifs, ands, and buts. Unless they are an integral part of your script idea, right? I'm not, again, not trying to be a pedantic, prescriptive fuckhole about it. If your characters say if, and, or but, that's okay. I'm not criticizing that. Feel free to do that. I'm not criticizing you for forcing your characters to say if, and, or but. Just, this is more like the metaphorical or simileical if, and, or but. You're not going to want to throw other things, pages 2 to the end, except for all the other things that we're about to cover. So, let's get in here. So, script anatomy, next slide in our script anatomy series, dividing the flesh. It's not just one homogeneous chunk of meat from page 2 to the end. Instead, script contents you're often going to find those to be divided into multiple scenes. You can think of this kind of like chapters in a book. And each scene is going to take place in a place, and that's you could have multiple scenes in the same place, but that's like the first way that might be useful to think about subdividing the idea of the script in your mind. Scenes are often divided into shots. I'm not talking about like the Rona shot, which hopefully please, if you have access to it, please get it. If you don't have access to it yet, like I'm, my hopes are with you. But often divided into shots. This different shot. This means like camera shot. We'll cover that later. But this is a way to incorporate multiple cameras. If you're like on a sitcom set and there's like 3 different cameras, or like camera angles, where you want to do like English, French, Dutch camera angles. Dividing the scenes into shots allows you to do that. Let's actually, doesn't seem like we're getting a whole bunch of chat activity, so let's go ahead and zoom in so we can see all that content real nice. So yeah, so dividing the flesh, various ways to take what seems at first to be one homogeneous whole and kind of part it out into easily digestible chunks and pieces. So next slide, please. But then taking these chunks and making that flesh whole. These lines of division that we were just talking about are not always present. Some scenes only have one shot, right? Like famously, Hitchcock's Rope, right? Is going to be just full of those one-shotters. Some scripts only have one scene. What's an example of this? I don't know what an example of this is, like a one-scene script. I know there's so many. I just having trouble thinking, because like I just mentioned Rope, but like technically isn't there like a beginning that's like outside? Anyway, like like a one room script. That's a thing. In a way, like we're all on this planet Earth. That's all kind of like one room. Oh, perfect. Gravity. Gravity is an example of a script that has just like one continuous scene from start to finish. Next slide, please. Or next bullet point. I'm sorry. Misspoke. So follow your instinct and do what is right. Again, there are no hard and fast. There are some hard and fast rules. This isn't one of them. If you need to make your flesh whole, go for it. Next slide. Anatomy of a script page, one page at a time. Okay, this is going to be some real small text here because I had to fit a lot into this slide. So if you can't read it, don't worry, I will read it aloud for you. Bullet point by bullet point. So, the average script page may contain one or more of, and this is going to be rapid fire round, so get ready. Scene header, subheader, action, dialogue consisting of character name, words the character uses, parenthetical direction, camera details consisting of shot details, transitions, and then finally notes in the margins. So let's dig in here. Don't worry, like that was a lot of terms. We are going to now go over every single one of those. So if you have any questions about any one of those, don't worry. Here we go. Script page, anatomy, headers. So what's going on here? What's a scene header? Well, it appears at the beginning of the scene. It's going to describe the setting for the scene. And what it's going to do is it's going to describe where and when. What it's not going to do is describe who, what, why, or how, right? In terms of the WWWWH, where and when only. If you have others, that's fine. They're probably going to fit best into some other piece of anatomy than headers. And another detail about this, a stylistic detail, it's always going to be written in all capital letters to make it easy for the person reading it to understand that it is as a header, because otherwise it, you know, you may be able to infer it, but it can be confusing, especially if like it has, you know, the same name as a character, for example. Okay, so script page anatomy headers, scene header anatomy. What's a scene header? Well, it talks about like where in general. And so this is like, you'll see this often in scripts. You might have seen this before. This is like indoor, which is int, interior, outdoor ext, external, or a multimodal indoor-outdoor space, ambiternal, I'm not sure. And it can also get a little bit more specific. Some examples of this are INTP, ESTJ. There are many. You know, again, here, this is where you would probably want to like look up on a resource like Wikipedia and understand if INT, EXT, or AMB are not describing what you're trying to get across. You might want to reach for the INTP, ESTJs, etc. Where specifically? You're also going to have like this, it's sort of like this general specific dichotomy. You're going to have like general, and then you're going to have specific, a place name. So we said where and we said when, right? So that's the next piece. When? Time of day. So let's go ahead and see example. Script page anatomy headers. Example scene headers. So here's an example. Indoors at the Corn Palace, 3 o'clock a.m. Right? If you're writing a scene that takes place in the Corn Palace inside at 3 in the morning, this is what you're going to want to write. Conversely, if you're writing something that's on the dark side of the moon, well, first of all, there's no indoors on the moon, so it has to be EXT. We solved that piece. And then also, because of the dark side of the moon, technically it's always night there, so so you would write EXT, the dark side of the moon, a little like, I think that's like an M dash, maybe? That might be an N dash, but I think this is an M dash. EXT, the dark side of the moon, M dash, technically night. And then just the last example here, EXT, Elysian Fields, Beyond Mortal Time. If you're writing a scene such as in Russell Scott's Gladiator, that's gonna be, this is like exactly what you would want to write there. You know, where there's like, you know, wailing women. Might be a character that's not necessarily seen, but certainly heard on the soundtrack. That's what you're gonna want to write. Next slide, please. Oh, it looks like our animation has paused again. Let me pop us into intermission. version as well, again as well. Okay, got our animations back. I think PowerPoint must have a thing where it stops working after, it stops like doing the playing the animation after an hour or something. I'll have to write in Microsoft about that. Okay, so we talked about headers. There's some other headers. We got a subheader. This one is going to appear when the time or the location changes within a scene. So like we're not like creating a new scene. We're subdividing an existing scene. Right? It's like time and location has changed, but not enough to constitute a new scene. And this is often going to be like to sublocations within the parent location. Like say you're at Starbucks ordering your venti of cerebral spinal fluid, CSF. You're going to be at the register. For a time, you're going to be standing in line, right? That's little subheader. But then if you're going to go over and like wait next to the barrister, that's going to be another subheader as you're waiting for them to call your name. If you used your real name, or if you used like a funny name, I guess it's not important for the context of the subheader. But so example subheader, for example, Corn Palace coat check, right? Like we've already established in the header we're in the Corn Palace interior, but there's a subheader where like the action in a scene moves in the vicinity of the Corn Palace coat check, and this is a place that like is a transitive space, unless you're working the coat check, of course. But you're not gonna spend the entirety of the film like hanging out, either like putting your coat in the coat check or taking it out. Make sure to tip, by the way, at coat check. These people deserve to be paid, and they're not paid very well, and I wish I could change that, but because I can't change that, I can at least tip my coat check agent. Okay, next slide. And you should too, I should say. Okay, so script page, anatomy, action. If you can sense it, it might just go here in an action, aside from words, that is. So if it cannot be heard, smelled, tasted, or touched, do not put it in an action. What are the 5 senses? Hear, smell, taste, touch. Oh, seen. Vision, that doesn't count. It's more like, you don't necessarily have to be the one that hears. Oh no, seen. I do put it in there. Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, I need to change my my annotation color, huh? Here we go. So seen, heard, smelled, tasted, touched. I do have all 5 senses in there. The 6th sense, that's maybe we can do like a script study maybe like next time, if people are interested. But we won't cover that here. Next bullet point here. Action movies or scenes are so called because often their scripts consist of predominantly actions and relatively less or fewer dialogue. So if you think of a movie like Live Free or Die Hard, right? Like a lot of action. A lot of that, the typist is going to be typing in a lot of these action anatomies rather than actual words that people are saying. I'm going to mute. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I got a little tickle in my nose and had to sneeze. But it should be resolved now. Okay. And similarly, for scenes that are more like talkies, like let's say My Dinner with Andre, probably not gonna find a lot of action written in there. There's I don't know about you, but I can't remember the car chase scene from My Dinner with Andre. There could have been one. Maybe there should have been one. But as far as I'm aware and can recollect, to the best of my recollection, there was no car chase scene. There was no scene where they like shut down the Matrix. That whole thing, right? That Might Dinner with Andre, great film, conversation film. Not gonna find a lot of action there. Gonna find a lot of words though. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, great. Script page, anatomy, action. Sometimes actions are not very active. They may just be setting the scene for more action to occur. So again, like there often is a lot of activity, but remember that actions maybe are referring more to like thoughts, smells, tastes, scents, not thoughts, sorry, but like, the five senses, may just be setting the scene for more action to occur rather than themselves being like a car chase scenario, for example. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. Great. Script page anatomy action. Action, action, action. Actions are written with a mix of capital letters and normal letters, as is normal. This may not make sense to you yet. Let's dive in. Exception. Character names are written using all capital letters if, and only if, it's the first mention of this character's name. So, use all capital letters if it is the second mention of the character's name, but the character that you're mentioning here is different from the first character, and they merely share a name. So, sometimes you have to do a little bit of thinking about this to get it right, but trust me, it'll be worth it in the end. Okay, so trust me, it's a lot simpler than it sounds. Let's take a look at some example actions to try and understand this a little more clearly. So, example 1. Joe. Again, like this is the first time we've seen Joe's name, all capitals. Joe chips off a piece of the corn palace with his hammer and chisel and holds it over his lighter. Rather than popping, it catches alight. Surprised, Joe drops the piece of corn, and a fire quickly blooms on the dry wooden floor. Again, notice everything we're describing here is things from the sensual world, things that you can sense with your five senses. It's very action driven. It feels like we're describing activities. Another example. No sunlight streams through the airless atmosphere of the dark side of the moon. It's very dark and difficult to see much. A sunrise, which is presumably happening on the other side of the moon or somewhere else on planet Earth, is not visible from here and instead is almost pitch black. It is almost pitch black as the dark side of the moon is in reality. Next slide, please. Sorry, it's taking a while here. Let's load up the next slide, please. Here we go. Script page anatomy. Okay, so that wraps up actions. Again, any questions about actions, feel free to drop them in the chat or join the Discord. Happy to respond at a second point in time. But dialogue. Now we are getting to the real meat. The choice cuts of your script. Like a cornucopia of choice cuts on the screen here. Again, maybe this isn't necessarily true if you're writing an action script. If you're writing Marvel's next Universal Cinematic Adventure, maybe not gonna be this is maybe like, best, the less said about the dialogue, the better. But I think in typical fashion, we probably will see a whole cornucopia of dialogue, a horn of plenty. So dialogue is another term for spoken words, and it's important to note that this is not just visible characters. We're talking about voiceover, and we're talking about narration. Both of those count. And dialogue as opposed to monologue. Although monologue you would also write as dialogue. It's a technicality. It's complicated. Like if this is something that you're trying to do, we can talk about it. But at least in what I'm planning to work on, I'm not really planning on monologues, planning on dialogues. So it's not really something that I needed to dive into here. Next slide, please. Okay, script page, anatomy, dialogue. So dialogue, as we kind of previewed before, you're going to find your dialogue centered on the page in a very narrow column, right? Like, again, sort of sticker shock of that 120 page requirement, or not requirement, but you know what I'm saying. But really, this is that actual dialogue content area that we're talking about. Big old margin to the left, big old margin to the right, and right down the middle in that sweet spot, that prime real estate, is where that dialogue is gonna pop off and, you know, find its way onto stage and screen. Okay, next bullet point. So, oops. Let me draw over this here so we can read this. Vision. Right. Okay. So, you may ask why, right? You may have even been wondering why when we covered it earlier. Why is this? Well, it frees up the actor's peripheral vision. If they only have to look directly in the middle of the page, their peripheral vision is free to do as it wants. There's some safety regulations in terms of like a historical reason for this. It's helping to deliver. It's helping for the actor to deliver the dialogue directly down the barrel of the camera and not miss. They can get all of that dialogue right in. Sorry, I'm realizing this. Oh, I can't draw these kind of A's. I'm realizing I accidentally drew all over this text. Okay, next bullet point. Probably have to do this again. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me trace this over, and I'll read it for y'all. Just tracing this over. Make sure that we can read it. Feel free to guess at what it reads in your head before I'm finished. But okay, got it. Okay. So an easy rule of thumb is that character's name plus words plus any parenthetical direction equals dialogue. UE. It's like a easy mathematical equation of thumb to keep in mind of. Oh, that's kind of neat. Next slide, please. So, script page, anatomy, dialogue. Let's get a little more specific. Oh, that's a siren outside. You might have heard. I do live in beautiful New York City, and we have ambulances and policemen here. Character's name. So, dialogue, first piece of anatomy that we care about is the character's name. It's kind of centered, and in all capital letters. Technically, it's actually just like indentation. It's not technically centered, but at first glance, it looks like it's centered. You'll really notice it if you have characters that have vastly different lengths of names. You'll notice, oh, that's not centered. They line up to the left. I think that's because of typewriters, because like there's no, you can't just like type one letter at a time and it magically becomes centered in a typewriter. It's all based on margins, and because scripts are written on typewriters, that's sort of the idea. But you in your mental model, you can think of it as if it's centered. But then definitely all capital letters helps to call attention. Again, for those actors that are, like horse blinders on, are really looking intently into that ravine, that canyon down the middle of your script page. It's going to really help them out if they can see the capital letters, so that they know, okay, here's where I need to highlight. So that here's like where I know this is when to say my line. This is when I speak. This is my turn to speak. Or like if it isn't, they can say, oh, I'm noticing a lot of capital letters that aren't my character's name. I should write a strongly worded letter to the script writer of stage and screen, ask them what's up, and maybe wrangle some more lines out of them. Okay, so this even applies if your character is E.E. Cummings or if it's Bjork. There are no exceptions here. This is one of those, like, I'm going to be that anal retentive fuckhole here. You must put it in capital letters. Doesn't matter what. Just put it in capital letters. Trust me. Like, otherwise it's just going to be confusion. Again, like, script writing software can help enforce this, but if you're just typing on a typewriter, you're going to want to remember this. Or have that bottle of Tipex handy in case you make a mistake. Okay, followed by any mix of parenthetical direction and spoken words. Let's break these down. So parentheticals can describe manner. Excuse me for that. Parentheticals can describe manner of speech, or like cute little actions that the character does. And if you remember, we discussed this a little earlier. If it's a larger action, if you remember what Joe did in the Corn Palace, you're going to want to fit that in its own completely separate action, as we described earlier. This is more like parentheticals that have to do specifically with the dialogue that is about to happen, or that just happened, where like you don't want to break out into an action before continuing. Again, we'll see an example here soon that will make this make sense. And the parentheticals and the actual words are also kind of centered. Again, like, it's all the magic of indentation. But the parentheticals are allowed to be wider than character names, and they start like further left, and the actual words are allowed to be wider still. So I feel like this is a broken record, but let's draw our page diagram again over here. Let's do like a little fold here, even though you would never want to treat your script like this. But can I get an eraser? Eraser, here we go. Oh, I erased that whole line. That's fine. We can draw it again. No love lost. PowerPoint. I love you, PowerPoint. Okay. So here's don't do this. Take care of your scripts, but if it did look like that, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Okay, so right, let's maybe change to another color to make this clearer. Can we see this? Yeah, this is great. So okay, so basically our if we think of our the margins into which actual words can fit, this is like the widest of the margins, right? All of our dialogue, this is like all the content within the dialogue fits. It's like a little dialogue tree, right? And then let me change to yellow maybe, or orange. Within that space, there's like this smaller space within it, where within here, this is where you're allowed to write character names without like breaking to the next line, etc. And then within there, I'll draw this in black now. This very narrow column right in the center is, I think, the narrowest column of them all. I might have that wrong, but I think it is. This is where the character names go. So if your character name is really big, you're going to need to hyphenate, I don't know, what's it like a, I don't know, if you have like a posh hyphenated last name, right? You're going to need to hyphenate that, break it into multiple lines. But like typically it's fine, because typically character names aren't too terribly long. And then yeah, and progressively it can get wider as you progress to parenthetical and actual words in turn. Okay, next slide. So, let's kind of nail the coffin in the head here with some real examples to help us understand. So example dialogue. Here we go. Oh, actually, we should probably view this all at once, right? Hold on, I'll read it in a second. I just want to get it all on the screen. Okay. Joe, wheezing. I didn't realize there were so many levels to the Corn Palace. Pausing to catch breath and continuing to wheeze. I guess they don't call it the ranch-style corn home. Wheezing and continuing to climb. I could go for some ranch-style corn on the cob just about now. So one thing to note really quick, because this is PowerPoint, I couldn't get the margins correct. So the margins are kind of wacky here, but just kind of use your imagination. And like feel free to look up examples of real scripts. And maybe we'll kind of take a look at scripts and maybe subsequent presentation. But this gives you the idea, at least of the content and some of like the letter per letter formatting. Okay. So, dialogue done. Moving on to camera details. Camera details. This may be shot details. So this is describing how the film is shot onto film. So this means like it may include details about camera angles, POV, and motion. And this shot details is cinematographer's love language. And as per, it's going to appear on the left side of the page. In comparison, or in contrast, I guess, compare and contrast, transitions are a little different. They're similar but different. They're more alike than different, but they're a little different. Transitions describe how shots should be edited. And so this, we're talking about like fading, dissolving, cuts, jump cuts, what have you. Name your poison. This one is going to be editor's love language, and this one appears on the right. So like cinematographers, what rhymes with left? Cinematographer is something that rhymes with left. Put shot details on the left. Editors like to work in their editing suite at night, and so put transitions on the right. A little mnemonic to help you remember that one. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about brains in our next content sidebar. Why right and left? Well, cinematographers are creative and right-brained, and therefore they're right-handed as well. And editors are logical left-brained, and therefore they're left-handed as well. And this may seem counterintuitive, but the directions go on the opposite side, so that the hand of either the cinematographer or the editor isn't going to cover up that piece that they're looking for when they're reading the script. So think of it like a wristwatch, right? If you've ever written using a pen on paper with a wristwatch, you will know that when you glance on your wristwatch, if you're left-handed, much easier to put that wristwatch in your right hand. If you're right-handed, you're gonna want to keep that wristwatch right on your left hand, right? Or Apple Watch if you have one of those instead of a wristwatch. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's dive into some examples of what camera details might look like. So these can include shot details. And again, all capital letters. This is going to look like tracking shot. End tracking shot. Dutch, aka Netherlands angle. And so remember, shot details on the left because of I'm not sure what rhymes with left. I think there's something like orange, right? There isn't anything that rhymes with orange or purple, but left, I think there's some stuff. Anyway, but then editors at night, transitions on the right. So transitions are going to look like dissolve to, fade to white. And you'll notice here a little detail, this colon here. Sometimes you'll include like the whole transition direction on its own, and it doesn't need any other parts of speech to help out. But sometimes in order to understand, in order for the editor and their editor suite to understand what to dissolve to or what to fade to, they're not, a cinematographer is only reading shot details. They don't care about dialogue. They don't care about action, whatever. But with the transitions, the editors actually need to read like about your setting, place and time, right? They need to understand, okay, we need to transition to the next shot. Well, what is the next shot? Okay, so next slide, please. So, script note anatomy, notes in the margins. This is our last bit of anatomy, by the way. So this is going to only be found in draft scripts. For your eyes only. Therefore, don't worry about it. Be as descriptive as you want. You can put whatever in here. Feel free to jazz it up with some differently colored inks. One, 2, or 3, or more. Like I personally have a set of maybe 12 to 14 different inked pens. I don't use them all the time, but if I wanted to, I could, because that's the kind of person that I am. But just make sure to erase or use whitening liquid to remove before you present that onto the studio or the director. So let me go ahead and do that here. Okay. Great, so next slide, please. Oh, it's really getting very hot in here. I'm gonna take a little water break here. Not a break per se, but I'm gonna take a sip of water. And feel free to do the same as you're watching along at home. Wouldn't want anybody to get parched or die because of lack of water content. Okay, we want to keep that CSF, cerebrospinal fluid, production going in your brain there. Again, make sure it's cushioned against fall, and you can do things like exercise in weightlessness and all that good stuff. Horse rehab. Okay, script page anatomy. One final thing, the final detail on every script, and I'm talking every script. That is the end. Or you're gonna want to write fin for PAW. Not PA, PAL scripts. European pronunciation there. These are basically your indication of like, okay, it's done. We're closed. Sew up the body. Send it off to the dream factory. All the anatomy is complete. The flesh is whole. Let's get this made, Hollywood. Okay. And on to our next slide. Script anatomy. We did it. You're now armed, and also I am now armed, by the way, with basic knowledge of the following. Script title page. Script page. Now, what comes next for scripts? Let's find out, won't we? Script next action items. So what's gonna come next you're gonna have a studio review. What's gonna happen? Studio executives may review. Oh, this got cut off. My goodness. Studio executives may review as, I think, power of deduction, right? As many as a dozen scripts per person? What will make my script stand... Oh, I can't draw these A's. Actually, that wasn't bad. Stand the tests of screen and time. So studio executives may review. That might be, no, it wasn't. Oh, we can see review. Review as many as a dozen scripts per person. What will make my script stand the tests of screen and time? Great question. Was person and the tests of screen and time? Ah, this is a beautiful little koan, I believe they're called. Was person and the tests of screen and time? Script next action items. Okay, so after the studio review, they review it, and they and you get like a 5-star review or whatever, or you get like a, I think like for food reviews it's like 2 stars is good, even if it's out of 4. I don't know, but like, you know, 8.9 out of 10 on imdb.com. Not affiliated, by the way, with imdb.com or amazon.com, other than that I am streaming on twitch.tv, and I would love to become a twitch.tv affiliate. And so in that sense, in like the future sense that like, you know, at some point, maybe I will be a Twitch affiliate. I am in that sense alone affiliated with these things by association, kind of like the, 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Anyway, sorry, digression there. Scripts are distributed, I was going to say diverted, which I guess is true. Scripts are distributed to professional actors who then will gather around a table to read aloud or chant it in unison. And the question here to ask is, what will give actors a favorable memory of my script? And remember, first impressions are everything. But a first impression forms a memory, and it's that memory that you care about. You want that favorable memory in the actors' minds, so they say, yes, I want to be a part of the team that makes this virtual script into real reality. Next slide now. Okay, we got it. Script. Next action items. What's after the table read? Well, you guessed it, filming. So in this step, scripts are shared by actors, directors, cinematographers, and best dolly grips to create a shared vision for stage and screen. You can print out multiple copies, by the way. They don't all have to use the same one. This is really useful for like memorization. Typically, like best dolly grips, for example, aren't like, you know, in their trailer for hours at a time, like memorizing the script in the way that actors would be. But all the same, it might be very helpful indeed to have an additional copy or two floating around set, would be my recommendation. Next slide, please. New edits are flown in daily, and they're called pages. If any revisions to the film's SOT are required. SOT here stands for source of truth. It's this idea that like a script has like one real state, and that state may be constantly shifting if you're editing, and you know, making updates. If there's like a security vulnerability in your script, or you know, your backstory doesn't check out, right? you fly in pages to update the SOT and to keep the SOT synchronized with a state on your local typewriter or computing script writing system. Okay, so another thing is to keep in mind here, a term is shooting script. So a heavily annotated shooting script may be produced for the director's cut. You know, if you've seen like a special director's cut where there's like additional scenes or whatever, that the script associated with that is going to be like the shooting script, and that'll be produced for the director's cut. You know, like think of the Rutger Hauer's like Nibelungen Gate or whatever it is at the end of Blade Runnings, where it's diverts and divulges from the original script. That's going to be in that shooting script when you don't have the voiceover from Harrison Ford, and it's just Rutger Hauer. Fun fact, I think Rutger Hauer was initially going to be played by Grace Jones in that role, but she said no because her fashion photographer at the time said that it would be selling out. And even though he was right, you know, I think selling out is good, making money. We like it. Next page. I'm sorry. Next bullet point. Can I get the next bullet point, please? Next bullet point. Okay. How do I make sure my script translates from page to stage and screen? Okay. Let's find out the answer to this question. And beyond. Or sorry, that was a hypothetical. We're moving on. So what happens after filming? What may happen after filming? So scripts may be tendered to publishers so they can work on the official novelization and the YA novelization. For example, you know, if you remember Mission Impossible, directed by Brian De Palma's, that you know, there is like a novelization, YA novelization, you know, something that you would pick up at like a Scholastic book fair, for example. And that's, you know, it's sort of like, again, like an example of a content chain, inputs, outputs. Input is the film script, maybe with any notes from the shooting script and the director's cut. The next output is official novelization, and then maybe they, you know, put it through a chain of like simple English Wikipedia using writers to get to the YA novelization. Next slide, please. Yes. Okay. So, the first folio. This is a term that goes back to, I think, like Georgian or Elizabethan times. I'm actually not clear what the difference between those are. But it's like Victorian, basically, right? So the first folio is something that may be provided to such a thing as a museum, a Planet Hollywood, or a House of Wax, in order for it to be used as an important keepsake or memorabilia. Typically not going to be like read through in these stages. Typically you're not allowed to, like, you know, touch the script at this point. But like the first folio, it doesn't change anyway, so why, you know, you wouldn't, it's like untouchable and therefore untouched. Its job is only to touch, you know, the imaginations of others from that point on. It's just a keepsake and memorabilia at this point. So make sure and hold on to your first folio, right? If you get to this stage, we can imagine all the things that I've been describing thus far is like another chance for something to fail and for the script not to make it to that stage. But if you're so lucky to make it to this stage, make sure and hang on. Oh, let me change the color here. I like that green. You know, make sure it's kind of Christmassy, right? Like little holly twig and berries. But yeah, like make sure and hang on to your first folio here, because it could be worth a lot to someone someday. And then a hypothetical question coming out of this one is, how can I make sure that my script is here to stay. Okay, next slide, dive in here. Okay, script immediate next action item. We're just like talking all the fuck way into the future, right? If we're here, and this is like the Madame Tussauds, not sponsored by the Madame herself. Something like that. Anyway, you know, we were just all the way over here, but what's here? Well, I have exciting news for you. It's time to write the script. This thing that we've been like talking around this entire presentation. We're on slide 152 already. And now is finally time. Let's talk about writing the script. All right, let's go. Wait, but how? We haven't talked about that yet, have we? Next slide, please. Let's go. Green zone. How I will write my script and get paid doing it. Yes, this is it. I'm excited. Okay, this is my favorite section. Okay, like maybe the previous sections had like better clip art and all that stuff, but this section is what it's about. Like this is what we all came here to do. We came here to write a script. We came here to get paid doing it. If you pay attention only to a part of this presentation, pay attention from the start to finish. That's the part that I think that would be best. But also pay, and part of that is now, right? Part of that is the part that starts now. Next slide, please. The first temptation. The first temptation is, why don't we just dive right in, right? No sails to the wind, no holds to the bard. Let's just dive in. I mean, the water's deep enough, right? There's plenty of work to do. The script isn't going to write itself. I'm here to tell you, caution is going to be best. And remember, inputs before outputs. This is so important. I'm going to repeat this, and I'm going to use the dreaded red pen. Inputs before outputs. Inputs before outputs, right? Think back to that doctor's office. We're not like giving you special ketamine. The doctor's not like, hey, here's your special ketamine. I think you might have syphilis, and so you're getting the special ketamine that helps clear that right up as like a salve, or what do they call it? I don't you know what I'm talking about, right? No, they're gonna be like, hey, what's up? Let me take a look up and down. Let me like put the fucking stethoscope on your heart. Let me listen to the music of the heart. Pop your clothes off, sit up on that table, pop your kid off. Let's get down to it. Next slide, please. Starting the chain. Okay, so if we don't want to get to the end of our chain first, we have to start at the start, right? What is it? The journey of a pool of ink begins with a single drop. That single drop is the hardest drop. And no, not talking about electronic dance music here. This is like a drop of ink, right? Like liquid. Similar to the liquids and fluids we talked about in the brain early in the presentation, but this one is, I guess they're both man-made, but this one is man-made in a different way. Or like nature, nature's ink. There's nature's ink, like a squid's ink. Great in pasta, by the way. That's fantastic in pasta. You owe it to yourself to try that if you haven't had that before. Next slide, or next bullet point, please. Sorry again for misspeaking. It's very hot in here, so my CSF is really really hotting up. So my brain is is having to work a little overtime right now, so please forgive any flips of the speech that I might have. Slots of the tongue. So goal is to incite a chain reaction. We start with a single drop, and then you get 2, and then you get 4 drops, so forth and so forth and so forth, until you have enough drops of ink to form a letter, and then you got a word, and you got a whole page, and before you know it, you've just written a script, 2 sequels, prequel. You've just written like an entire set of Star Wars, right? Like you've just like killed off entire nations worth of people in your stupid little Star Wars. Great. This thing is practically going to write itself, right? Like I know we just said like, well, it's not going to write itself. And that's true. It's not going to write itself, but practically it's going to write itself, right? Okay. Next slide now. Pre-writing. Let's cover the pre-writing stage. So at the start of a chain, that very first input, what is it? We're gonna find it to be pre-writing. And so this is like word clouds, also known as like word webs, mental maps, Venn diagrams, charts, and visualizations. These can take many forms and often differ depending on the author. People have their favorites, but these are all examples of what may be pre-writing at the beginning of that chain there. And in terms of characters, right, you're gonna want to generate like pre-writing materials based on your characters. If you think of film as a soup, I think it can safely be said that the characters are certainly the ingredients. And what's true of soup, as is true of a film script, is that you must prepare the characters before you make the soup, right? Not helpful to anybody to be like diving into your soup before preparing your characters. You got to do it. You got to do the your mise or whatever, your prep, your hours of side work. Next, and one thing I just threw in here, you don't want them to get too mushy, so you don't necessarily want to stew on them for too long. You want to make sure that you're kind of getting through this input-output cycle at a nice clip, at a healthy gallop, because you don't want your characters to just get like turn into mush and deconstitute. Next slide, please. Character metrics. Let's take a look into some details. So perform metric analysis on characters, determine suitability for further development is what I wrote here. And that's what I mean, right? Like, we want to take a look at our characters, take a deep dive, get up close and personal with our characters. Understand, are these characters going to serve me well in future? Am I going to be able to develop an entire fuckhole's worth of script dialogue, actions, transitions, etc., and etc. for these characters? If results negative, hey, don't worry about it. It's fine. When it comes to scripts, you're God. Play God. Change them. Change your characters. Change the metrics. Change it up. Feel free to throw those characters away and create new ones out of whole cloth. It's like up to you at this point. You haven't carved anything in stone. Unless you're working on stone, I don't recommend that. Like, I think that's a very... I don't think anybody's doing that in this day and age. Let's move on to the setting. Setting, sometimes people like to think of this as the second character, and I like to think of it as well as the second character. Definitely when you're in character creation mode, do not forget the setting. I'd like to imagine, and I'd like everybody along with me, if you will, to imagine a snow globe without snow. What do you think of? What comes to mind? What I think of is damp, disappointing, released to unfavorable reviews. We don't want that, right? If we like go back from our snow globe and think about our script, we don't want that. We don't want a damp, disappointing, and released to unfavorable review script, which is what you get when you forget the setting. So don't forget it. Next slide. We've got a content focus slide. We haven't had one of these in a while. It's one of my favorite types of slides. So I want to talk about a famous, very, very famous second character of stage and screen, which is Central Park. Central Park, background for those of you who don't know what it is located in New York City, is just a little bit north of beautiful Times Square. And it just so happens to be the most famous second character of all time. It has appeared in literally over 200 films. Maybe over 300 at this point. I think the metrics that I was looking at were out of date. But certainly over 200 films, certainly I think over 250 films. From Rope, I think we mentioned that earlier, to Men in Black 3. It's in all of them, right? Like even Rope, like it takes place in a single apartment, and yet still Alfred Hitchcock's figured out a way to squeeze Central Park in there somehow. Amazing, fantastic, incredible. And luckily, as I think I mentioned before, if you were on earlier, I happen to live nearby Central Park, and so I can visit her for inspiration whenever I want. Go visit that famous second character that so many other writers in their rites of passage have made the conscious choice to include Central Park in their narratives, in their scripts, as that famous second character. Another great one that I didn't mention on here, but that is worth mentioning, I think, is if you've heard of Sex in the City. It was like a TV show. In Sex in the City, Central Park was like maybe most famously of all referred to as the second character. Although I think they kind of refer to it as like the third or fourth character. I think there are a lot of characters in that. It's a TV show, episodes every week, etc. That you're naturally gonna have a lot of characters, so it makes sense that it's not technically gonna be the second character. But in terms of like metaphorically, right? Like speaking in similes and metaphors again, I think we can safely call Central Park, in that sense anyway, the second character of Sex in the City, even if like it's more like character 3 and 4 in that context. Next slide, please. Okay, throw half away. Here's a little slide I like to call throw half away. For every word in the final script, in any final script, just think, countless others have been left right on that cutting room floor. But ask yourself, are they really gone? Did they really go away? I want to ask you to consider this. The most important words are the invisible ones, right? The most important words are the ghosts of all the words that came before. Just because they're gone doesn't mean they're gone, right? And so, just to like ruminate on that before we move on to backstory. Deleted words are just like intrinsically a part of the DNA of your film. All the pre-writing that you're doing that never ends up in dialogue, never ends up on the actual page of the script. Don't think that any of that isn't important. All of it is so important. Everything that is left on the cutting room floor, for all intensive purposes, might as well be like already in the final product. You can think of it in that way. Okay, so then back to this slide. So backstory, I think it is an example of some of these ghost words that don't necessarily appear. You might get like bits and snatches of it, right? But backstory as a whole generally won't appear in the final product. And let me kind of drill into what is backstory. What is backstory? When we talk about story, it's really kind of like slang for front story. It's like a shorthand. Because flip over that front story and you're going to find a world teeming with life, right? Sort of like, you'll find oysters under a rock, or like mussels under a pier. Flip over that script. If you've got a nutrient-rich story going on, you're going to find a lot of life in there. You're going to find a lot of backstory going on, swarming, teeming, all that good stuff. Sometimes that's not what you want, but typically with scripts it is. Okay, I want to talk about this idea of public-private, to help understand backstory a little bit more clearly. So I think you can think of backstory as akin to a private courtyard, or like a like a gated community where it's going to be inaccessible to the public, but it doesn't mean that you don't have some sort of access. Inaccessible doesn't mean like lack of access. It means like like you can still peer through the grates, peer through the windows, the light still comes through. Whatever nefarious rites are happening, as we see in this example, in the background of this pane, you can see all that. And so even though you aren't spending time in this private space, it has a public-private nature. You still are in some way experiencing and gaining power from the existence of this backstory, as the viewer of the finished product film. Okay, so great. The forces are assembled. We've gathered a crack team of assembly of rogues gallery regulars, and we've got our setting too. Character setting, also known as second character. Now what? What's next? What's next for us? Let me tell you, scene studies. Scene studies. Now this is an exercise kind of like etudes, where basically you're gonna set some scene parameters, set the stage, add 2 characters in the mix. Let's actually zoom in. So I realize, especially if you're not on a particularly large screen, it might be hard to see. Let's zoom in. 2 characters. Okay, let's zoom out because I don't think I can progress the slide. You're gonna want to add a pinch of drama, maybe some technology as well. And now for the fireworks. Oh yeah, just to kind of like wrap this up before we continue. So the idea is that you're basically creating a little petri dish for scenes where you have a bunch of ingredients, you have a bunch of inputs, you might say, and you use them as like a thought experiment, and you write a scene, or you write a scene, I'm sorry, and you do this many times over. Flow. So in writing a script, really important to maintain flow. We talked about flow earlier, that state that your brain gets in where you're just like supercharged and you feel like connected, and you're just like everything is going, and it's like feels smooth, and it's like you get the writer's high, and like you're just like writing, and it's like that hypofrontal intertensionality, or I forget the word, but you get that good like nice WPM boost. WPM's way up. Maybe you're like juicing on medical grade maple syrup on the side as well to get that WPM up way high. So what's important to maintain that flow, in addition to medical grade maple syrup? Pre-writing materials, right? You're gonna need like a whole stack of pre-writing materials, because what if we run out of pre-writing materials? Our flow will be disrupted, and we'll like come out of that flow, lose the accumulated WPM boost that we've gotten up until this point. And so it's so important to like not progress beyond the pre-writing stage before you're ready. We must be well stocked. Stock yourselves with like a brain mental map. Get those characters down, get those settings down, get those scene exercises, we have to be well stocked so that when we want to enter into the flow of like writing the script at any stage in the process, we're never at the point where it's like, oh, I ran out. Now I need to go make more inputs. You know, my day has been ruined. Next slide, please. And just a note on those that are conscious of time. We've been going for, I think, about 4 hours at this point. Fantastic. We are on slide 167 of 198. So we are in the final stretch. If you have things to do, you know, definitely don't feel like you need to stick around. I will be uploading the VOD later to YouTube's. So look for that. But yeah, just wanted to kind of give a little shout out to where we were. 167 out of 198 again. Okay, repeat. Both quality and quantity of your inputs is important. The goal in this scene study work is to build a content library full of scene studies. Again, last presentation, we covered this. We talked about content library. Just as it helps for PowerPoint presentations in the creation and staying in flow, you want to be all about this content library. You want to put together scene studies so that you can just like chew through them. You're gonna munch through them like a shark, and just like keep on swimming. Because if you stop swimming, you know, sharks can't breathe underwater if they're not swimming. And the other thing here is that scene studies, once you amass those scene studies, you can dip your toes into what I call the evaluation exercise, which accept as inputs scene studies, among other things. So evaluation phase. Step 1. Read the scene studies aloud. This is very important. Right? Like silent films, very different time. We don't live in that time anymore. Read the scene studies aloud. What works? What doesn't work? And this is important. Don't get too attached. Because remember, if we learned one thing about the creative juices, there's more where that came from. The content pipeline provides, right? The whole point of doing all this setup that we talked about is that it doesn't matter if something doesn't turn out, if something doesn't ripen on the vine. There's more juice where that came from. Always more. And the best thing to be doing is to just have a constant cycle of self-evaluation. And that's when you really are able to move forward, right? In a way, it's like multiple cycles of evaluation, right? Because you can be evaluating your characters, you can be evaluating your setting and your scene studies, all in amalgamation, and together that produces like one big arrow, right? Like this is what it's all about. It's about driving forward to that end result of eternal touch. Okay, next slide then. Next slide. Okay, reconstitution. Relatedly, do not be afraid to eject from the process and return to the drawing board. If you're finding that even in writing these script etudes that you're experiencing a non-flow state more frequently than you're experiencing a flow state, take that as indication that maybe you need to take a step back in the process, maybe do some reconstitution of your characters as needed, or the setting. Remember the second character, or maybe both, right? Like, don't get too attached to any of this stuff. If it's not working, it's not working. That's fine. Toss it. Start fresh. Pump some new creative juice into things. Go on to the next slide here. Okay. First temptation, if you recall, was getting dived in way too quickly before we were prepared. right from the outset. Second temptation, not gonna lie, a little bit related. It may be tempting to pick your favorite scene studies, place them in a narrative collage, just like copy paste, right? From one document to another, copy paste, whether you're doing it on a computer or you're copy pasting in real life, right? Like you have like your 8.5 by 11, you're cutting out, lines at a time and kind of rearranging them, like a kind of like a David Bowie would have done with his song lyrics, for example. But don't do this, right? Like there's a reason why we've moved on. There's a reason why that guy's dead. Or that's not what I mean. I'm sorry. Maybe you understand what I mean. But the point is, we need to remarinate in our expelled creative juices. It's not like, don't be lazy. Don't say, oh, it's fine, I have a bunch of good scene studies. I don't want to do the hard work of writing a script. I'm just gonna stitch them together with my surgeon's scissors and thread, needle and thread, whatever. Nope. Don't do it. And why? Remember the previous slide? Maybe we're not like super attached to some of these ideas. Maybe they aren't fully formed. Maybe they need a little reconstitution. They need to remarinate. They need to get juiced up with all that creative juices. We need to like lacquer layers and layers of creative juice on top of those scene studies. We need to write them again. If they're bad, death to all of them, right? Like, get those out of there. Get new scenes in there. Next slide, please. Oh, looks like we got a nasty port wine stain that isn't going away here. Let me try a stronger. There we go. Okay, outline. Let's talk about outlines. I like to think of an outline as a prison for ideas. What you're going to want to do is devise a narrative outline for your script. It's going to be inspired by the tableau you developed in your scene studies, but you're not just going to shove your scene studies in this prison for ideas. It's going to kind of be it's kind of going to be like a chalk outline, right? Of like the, you've seen these before, right? When there's like a dead person. Can I draw this correctly? Did I? Yeah, okay, whatever. Wow. Okay. Ignore that. But you know what I'm talking about, right? There's like a dead body on the scene, and you like drawing a chalk outline, you containing everything that is in the corpus of your script, the ideas that you have in built up in this corpus. So this is what you're doing with the outline. You're gonna use what you learned in your scene studies, in the tableau that you created and presented, and shove it in. And you're gonna chart an up and down roller coaster path for your characters. By extension, the audience. Your audience is gonna ride that roller coaster same as your characters. You don't want a flat outline. You want this to go up and down. You want excitement to occur. Let me change to red color. Like you want like rising, falling action. Sometimes you'll hear it referred to, so that you're just like, right? There's like people are screaming and it's like going really fast at the end, and you like rush into the station. You're like, I want to see the movie again. Right? That's the feeling. That's the feeling that we're chasing. We want that. Next slide, please. And now, okay, first temptation, second temptation, successfully resisted temptation. It's finally now time to dive in. Grab a soft chair, grab a firm drink, and grab a stash of eggs for snack because settle in. It's time to write a script. Don't forget to start with the title page. Next slide, please. Technical details. Okay, so we're ready to write a script, but are we ready? Do we know how to do this? Do we know like the techniques? How am I going to do it? Personally, when I'm writing my script, I'm going to be using the Trelby software suite to write my script. It's popular. It happens to be free, which is great for me. But you can pay money as well. But I love it so far. I have selected the Courier Newton point as my script font. Again, like I mentioned, sometimes 12 is used. Maybe look up details on that if you're wondering yourself. I've selected the Newton point myself. And personally, I don't have a printer at home, and so I will be going to a copy center so that I can get the pages printed out. And I will be bringing my own paper. So yeah, I'll drop. 3 don'ts. So I want to kind of take us through 3 different don'ts about what to fear and what to avoid in the script writing process, content avoidance systems. Number 1, don't forget the torture. Scripts thrive on conflict and discord. Good reminder, actually. Especially if you're watching this on the video on demand. If you haven't already, please feel free to join the Discord. So far, not particularly active, but I do have alerts on right now. Again, we'll change that if there's malabuse. But I will be happy to do conversations in it if that would be of mutual interest to all parties. So yeah, find the link on my page. It's sort of like a bunch of words and letters, like numbers or whatever. Is not as easy as like my socials, so that's why you have to go to the link, and I'm not going to tell you now. You don't want to type that into the browser bar, but definitely check that out. Would love to start some conversations and do conversations with you. Okay, back to scripts thrive on conflict and discord. Scripts love torture. You may find it very challenging to write between 90 and 120 pages if you don't have any torture and conflict, let alone 10 pages. Maybe 2 or 3 pages would be fine. No conflict, you can sort of, strike a chord, a single chord, let it resonate. That's great. But I guarantee you try and get that baby up to like 9, 10, 11 pages. You can't. You need conflict. Doesn't have to be highest stakes in the world, but just, baby needs a little torture. Next slide. Don't be afraid to visualize. Stage and screen is a visual medium, so visualize. This is especially going to be useful for action-heavy scenes or especially visual scenes. Storyboards are often used in production for this. For the director in their workflow, but there's nothing stopping us. We can do it too. Why not use them in our script writing process? Whether or not you end up publishing them, and using them as the director. Sending them off to the director, or maybe you are the director, right? It doesn't matter. It can be like an additional, like we talked earlier about this whole network of secondary artifacts that can help enrich the script writing ecosystem. Well, storyboards, great example. Actually, another example, a specific example I wanted to mention here that I didn't write in the slide. If you've seen the movie Mad Max Fury Road, that script is actually like a black and white The film isn't black and white, I don't remember actually, but the script is black and white, and it's a like most scripts are, aside from the many inks in the margins as we discussed earlier, but it's a comic book. If you've seen the movie, there's very little talking, but it's just like basically a car chase that starts on that page 2, page 1 of course, title page, starts on page 2, and it's a car chase all the way through to when the end is written. And so the director and writer were like, okay, well, this is going to be really hard to write. Like, brain block. Brain freeze. I don't know what to do. They ended up just like writing storyboards that then turned into this comic book that was a script that contained the dialogue, because there is some dialogue, and it contained a few like, actions and stuff, transitions. But they used, like, that was the script. So like, don't be afraid to reach for more exotic applications such as that. Next slide, please. And I'm talking to myself as much as I'm talking to you, by the way. Okay, don't get stuck. Remember, stay in flow. Whatever you can do, stay in that flow state. Anything that you can do to stay in there. Is your WPM dipping? You're gonna want to stand up, take a walk around the workstation. You're gonna wanna hydrate. Great reminder, by the way. I am going to pour myself some water. If you are watching live or later in the video on demand, I recommend that you do the same. Again, gonna mention that CSF, cerebrospinal fluid. If we want to make it through the day, pump 16 ounces of that straight into our brain void, whatever, like cavity, I guess. Everybody's got at least one cavity. You're gonna want to drink the water, which is what I'm gonna do right now. Okay, hydrated. Screenwriter snack, right? Again, this is maybe sounding like a broken record because we talked about this, last presentation, but with a streamer snack. Unpleasant Fabian, hello. But similarly to streamer snack, you're gonna want that screenwriter snack. Yeah, keep those calories up. Again, like, CSF, predominantly water, very low in salt, very low in protein, but no protein, not zero salt. So keep in mind if you have dietary conditions, but also snacks, more important to drink water, but snacks, you're gonna want to be drinking those snacks as well. And like I don't mean to focus so much on CSF. Let's not forget the 4 globins. Okay, so the fourth thing, divertisement. So the fourth thing you want, generate more pre-writing content. If your WPM, you find it like, your WPM was up here. How do you make it start going up like that? Well, I think you can see, like, here's that moment in time when someone maybe took a step away to take a walk around their workstation. Maybe they hydrated. Let me actually draw lines here. Maybe they had a little screenwriter snack. Or maybe they're like, you know what? I need to build up a deeper well of pre-writing content. Okay. I think we can go to the next slide then. Okay. So that was 3 don'ts. And I hate to be negative. But I think it can be useful. But what I do like to do is I do like to end on a positive note. So let's move into the 3 do's to wrap up this little subsection. And I'd like to call this subtitle, A Moth Looking for Its Moon. So, do read aloud. I'm not disagreeing that silent reading is a clever skill, but it's largely completely useless these days, because real scripts are read aloud. However, exception. Foreign films involve silent reading. If you've ever heard of a little something called subtitles, right? A lot of silent reading going on in there. So I'm realizing this text is pretty small, so let me zoom back in. Luckily for me, I'm not planning on writing a foreign script right now, so I don't really need to think about this. I can just always read aloud, but I'm not opposed to it. I might write a foreign script. I might make a foreign film for my next script. Why not, right? Do everything just once. I will keep in mind whether should be do or don't. Do or die, as they say. Okay, next slide. Wow, it is very hot in here right now. Oh my goodness, oh my Jesus. Do use outside resources. Okay, so when we're talking about outside resources, this is dictionary, thesaurus, Britannicas, calculator, Wikipedia even, right? Anything goes here. Nobody will know if I've cheated when they're watching the final product, right? Like, okay, you're in school. I'm not endorsing cheating. Don't do it. Don't look at the back of the book. Don't do any of this shit. Like, no. Don't be a total fucking fuckhole. You're there to enrich your own brain. You're there so that your fountain of creative juices becomes that much more powerful, and like the juices that you spurt out can just be like strong and viral and vital. But that's in school. I'm not in school. I'm like, I'm old, right? I haven't been in school for some time. Oh, here's the police coming to arrest me for my truancy. But yeah, so nobody will know if I cheated when they're watching the final product. There's no teacher here. There's no teacher looking over my shoulder. It's just that studio review that's happening, right? Where all the studio heads are gathered in the smoke-filled room reading through my script. They weren't there when I wrote it. They don't know that I snuck a peek in Britannicas. Enrich your content with outside resources. You will only thank yourself. I'm gonna take a quick pause here because I want to listen to this next song before I run out of presentation. It's called Pavani, by the way. Okay, so back to the presentation. Do be careful. It can be real easy to get carried away when writing a script. Deep flow, as much as we love it, much as we want it, it has a dark side as well. It can be pretty dangerous. I don't want to exit flow only to realize I've just written a 600-page script for stage and screen. No, nobody wants to sit there for 5 hours. Wagner's dead. We don't need that anymore. Nobody wants to watch like Berlin Alexander Platz or whatever it's called. Like that guy's dead, I think, as well. Sorry, no, I was just like I'm not like, it sounds like I know way more about Germany than I do. Like that was just like the two things that came to mind. Or it sounds like I hate Germany and like German writers. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe like depends on the person. I'm maybe more of like a France person. But I guess first and foremost though, I'm a proud American, so don't catch me with that. But anyway, I lost my train of thought. So we'll just go to the next bullet point here. Yes, okay. Schedule periodic check-ins. I don't know. For myself, I think it is helpful to remember that I need to remember not to be afraid to use my emergency contact or to use my loved one for periodic check-ins. I don't want to be pulled under by the deep flow. I don't want to be in that time when I've just like created this this like mini series. Whoops. Now what? Next slide. Okay. What's all this I hear about money then? I like to call this the chicken's eggs paradox. And this is of course the money dilemma, right? What came first? The coin or the bill? Or the what is it? Is it bill? Is that what paper money? The coin or the legal I don't even know. Legal tender? I guess coins aren't very tender. Gold is kind of tender. Must have money to write my script. Need a script to have money though. What to do? Next slide. And the answer is, unsurprisingly, as it is always the answer, twitch.tv. So I, gmat440, will continue to pursue my twitch.tv career. Here's a little slide. I'll point to it here. You don't miss it. From my last presentation. I'm going to continue to pursue this twitch.tv career. I'm going to stream my screenwriting process live on twitch.tv. And just as a reminder here, I kind of wanted to dip a little bit further into times past to explore my action statement, which is that I, gmat440, I will become a twitch.tv streamer. I will become the #1 streamer of Microsoft PowerPoint on Twitch TV, and it will not even be close. Period. End of sentence. End of 2-sentence bullet point. Next slide. My mic is on a stand. But if it weren't, I could have dropped it for you. Okay. Chain of content. Oh, I should get like a echo effect. Some other time. I will develop a chain of script, stream, input, output, content pairs that will feed into each other, thus fueling creative growth, increasing financialization potential. What's good for the stream? What's good for the script is good for the stream, but you'll find out why I made that slip of the tongue, Freudian slip, because vice versa is true additionally. Right, so input, output, content pair, script, SC, ST, script stream, content pair. These are fueling each other, right? We're just like constantly churning our creative juices into these processes, and out of that getting this potent explosive force in the forward direction, forward towards that eternal touch that we're seeking. Okay. Next slide then. Oh. There he goes. Okay. And I know we kind of already were in our don't slides earlier, but if you'll forgive me, I will leave you with this one last don't, which is do not get discouraged. It may take some time for you to achieve profitability, right? But rest assured, your investment will pay off. And that's payoff financially. That's payoff creatively. I realize that made it look like a like when you have like a finger injury. So let me do the rest of these so that it because my idea was like to do like nail polish or whatever. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of confusing. There's a lot of... Wait, how many hands are there here? There's like 3... I see 3 hands, maybe. It's like... So this person's doing the reassuring 2-handed handshake, I guess. I like that. Okay, sorry, I forgot to advance. Okay, so... What I was saying is that your investment in time will pay off financially and creatively, and the more that you put into it, the more potential that it has to pay off for you. Next slide, please. Oh, ghost nails. Oh, hang nails. Next slide, please. And remember, creative juices, rite of passage, gateway to content. This is why I wish to create content for a stage and screen, and that is the gmat440 guarantee. Okay, if you remember all the way back to when we were trying to spoil this entire presentation, there's that one important next step, which is called action plan. We need an action plan, and I'm ready to share that action plan with you today. Now, generate pre-writing content, number 1. Number 2, develop scene studies. Number 3, draft an outline. Number 4, write that script. And not number 5, but number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. As I'm doing all of this, whoops, let me get a better color for that. As I'm doing all of this in this continuous loop over and over again, wow, what am I doing? I'm continually stream sharing on Twitch TV, backstage featurettes right to you, like this one, sharing with you my process, getting that monetization train started. I know it's a slow start. We'll get there. Okay, what's next? I solemnly swear to execute on my action plan. I will write a script for stage and screen, and that is the gmat440 guarantee. Okay. I'd like to take a pause here because I have an exciting secret that I'm willing to share, that I want to announce live on stream, which is there's no need to wait. Oh, we need to wait to see this text. Oh, we can't see it. Well, it's very secretive, but what it said is that I do have a secret to share, which is I have already started executing on my action plan. And now, my feature presentation. Presenting Weaver, the script that I am currently in the process. Well, not like I'm not doing it right now as I'm streaming, but I mean like in general currently. The script that I am currently screenwriting is called Weaver, and I'd like to introduce Weaver to you. With what is Weaver? Here's a little content synopsis. Weaver is the cinematic adventure of one 70-year-old Sigourney Weaver who is a pizza driver living in a bustling metropolis as she spends her very last day on the job running pies and slinging wisdom, all the while racing towards her imminent retirement. That is the one-liner, the one sentence. What am I doing? I'm writing Weaver. pizza delivery driver in the big city. So, Weaver development. What I'm going to be doing is developing the concept for Weaver and writing that script. I'm going to be going through those stages that we just discussed in the green section of the PowerPoint. And, as I also mentioned, going to be sharing details in special making of featurette presentations. And those are going to be streamed live to you on Twitch TV on this twitch.tv channel, gmat440. So, what's next? What's next for Weaver? Well, I hate to say it, but you're going to need to stay tuned. I'm not going to give you any spoilers at this time. So, with that just about wraps it up. Very thankful that you all could come out, enjoy this presentation with me. I want to thank you for attending my stream. And I do want to mention, you can please follow me on my socials, and that's going to be gmat440. Nothing fancy, just gmat440. You're going to find me on Twitter. You're going to find me on Instagram. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. Sorry, got ahead of myself there. And if you want, you can investigate the links in my About section. A couple of things you'll find there. Number one, you'll find links to my Twitter, Instagram. Number two, you will find a link to join my Discord. Again, it's a bunch of letters and numbers, so kind of hard to type, but just click that link. You'll get exclusive and immediate access to my Discord. Or there's another link where if you want to learn something about something about anything, go ahead and submit an idea for upcoming presentations. Maybe it's something to do with script writing that I can cover in the series, or maybe this will be a series, but I'm not going to be streaming about only scripts forever. So when I do move on to other topics, I will definitely be looking at all of the submissions, and definitely would be very excited to give you credit for any ideas that make it into a presentation that I stream on twitch.tv. If you wish to share that, there's a little section where you can indicate whether or not you wish me to share that it was you who submitted that idea. And with that, we are done. So thank you. I don't have like a stream end scene, I guess, but this is that. We have reached the end of the stream. Thank you all for hanging out. Saw various people drift in and out as the time went on. And thank you also to all those viewing the VOD, whether it's through twitch.tv or on YouTube. I'm waving hi at you. You can't see, I don't use a camera when I stream. But thanks for either sticking through for the whole thing, or even dipping in to eat little morsels. Reminder that if you want to watch it back, I will be uploading it to YouTube briefly. You can also view right now my previous presentation, but in future I will be changing that to say viewing my previous presentations with a Z, an S, mini presentations. And for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the biggest streamer snack that anybody has ever seen. I'm so hungry, I'm so thirsty, even though I have been hydrating, even though I have been snacking raisins, prunes, lentils, whatever, apples. It is time for dinner. It is 8 o'clock and 13 minutes in New York, where I live. I need to turn my air conditioning on because it is literally something like 115 degrees in here. Not literally, I don't know how hot it is. Would have to look at my thermostat, which is not handily available right now. Anyway, thank you for sticking on. I don't think I'm going to be sticking to a stream schedule for now, as evidenced by the gap between last and this presentation. There's a lot of stuff going on in my life right now. I got a new job, which is great. Very excited about that. But it's just been very complicated scheduling, so it will take me some time to kind of get into a rhythm still. But I am working on building up that content library. I'm working on building up that script. I already have content for the next in the script series. So hopefully it won't be another, whatever it was, 2.5, 3 months before we can get right back into it. But definitely drop in the Discord or give me a follow on Twitter. Those are going to be the two best ways to find out when I'm going to be streaming next. And with that, thank you, and thank you. A little goodbye from Liam, perhaps. And let's too see a little goodbye from perhaps unpleasant Fabian. Oh, come on, Liam. Okay, there we go. He may be unpleasant, but he's our Fabian. Okay. Great. And again, as you can see on the screen there, thank you for all those who recently followed. Thanks for all of the attention. And I will see you next time. Okay. Where's this button? Where's